very much looks like a foundry, and I don't think we're supposed to be here.
No.
Oops.
Ah, it isn't
I
our
gotta guess.
giant GM. They're not.
Yo, yo,
I almost.
yo. Hey, sorry
It's
guys. I
been
had
so
the wrong
long,
map
you can't
loaded.
even remember. Hello, Gannicus. How are you?
Good, good. How's everybody else doing?
Peachy
We have
keen.
we have missed you. We've missed
Yep.
you a lot.
Oh, the feeling is mutual. I was looking today, and I think the last time we played was November 3rd, so that is far too long.
Oh no!
It's been
Yeah.
over
That
5
is
weeks.
much too long.
Yep.
If I went another week, I was gonna go nuts. On the plus side, I've basically, at least somewhat, mostly, kind of built out my backup character because I was
Oh
bored.
no.
Things
So
you
I'm
do
ready.
with 5 weeks off.
You know, I think it could be pretty interesting if they are needed.
Well, the good thing
However,
is, you know,
I hope
you
not.
got a firm grip on the settings, so building a new character for it is not like when you first built your character, where you're
Oh yeah,
where you're coming in fresh.
oh yeah. I think it would be pretty cool, but that's only if I die, and I genuinely don't plan to die.
Well, I don't plan on killing you, but things are going to escalate soon, is what I'll say. There's a good friend of mine who's played through this actually a couple times, through a couple different renditions of it, and he calls where you guys are at. What was it? Uh,
Hell.
ESO, the epic shit only point. So from this point on, things get more challenging. I up the challenge rating, especially being that you guys have a bigger party. You've collected a couple allies, but I think you'll survive it. I believe it, Belsay.
I do too, as long as my party stops blowing me up.
Hey, don't look at me. That was solitude. I had nothing to do with that.
Uh-huh. Weren't you the one that teleported Solitude? I'm just saying. Not to.
You're fine. You're fine.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Oh shit, I gotta pull up fucking that other thing, the D&D Beyond.
Yes, yes, you might want your character sheet.
Yep.
That helps.
Just a wee bit.
There's so many windows.
I love that these little minis move. Some of them.
I wish more did.
Yeah.
And you know, there's like there's a lot of animated Hero Forge minis that I've found, and at first I thought maybe that's
Oh wow.
something that Hero Forge has that you have to include onto the mini when you build it, but I haven't found it. So if it's out there, it is outsmarted me.
I was gonna say, how do you do that?
I think
I'd love to do that.
people take them and build stuff either in Blender or in something like Unreal Engine, or maybe like even uh, what's the other 3D program that I've used before? A 3D renderer to make animations on top of something that's already a 3D object.
That'd be cool.
It is, and I don't know anything about doing it, but it's fairly simple from what I understand. Once you learn how to do it, of course, which that's kind of like most things, I guess.
True.
Yeah, true.
Once you learn how, you're like,
Yeah.
it's nothing. The
Yeah, that
dentist.
blender is a tricky mistress.
It really
Hey,
is,
Brian.
and there's so much you can do with it too. It's endless.
You really have to dedicate some time learning that.
Mhm. YouTube is
Gotta have a lot of free time.
my teacher for Blender.
You use Blender for things, Brian?
Yes, unsuccessfully. Takes a
Unsuccessfully.
very long time to do very simple stuff.
Oh.
I mean, just like anything, like learning piano or learning how to draw or learning how to, just takes a lot of free time.
A
Sure.
quick Google search reveals a 36-minute tutorial on how to animate Hero Forge minis for Tabletop Simulator.
Nice.
Now that's again, those videos are for somebody who already knows how to use it. So they say, yeah, just do this and then just do this. You're like, yeah, that's easy for somebody who knows how to do it.
you need
Like,
to you need to watch a
get somebody
2-hour
who
video
does
to
not know,
understand the 36-minute
right?
video.
Get somebody who does not know how to cook a pot of beans and give them instructions on how to bake a cake and see how well it goes. Like, it's not, you gotta practice. Oh, man.
I love that analogy.
I like how the comprehensive tutorial has links to 7 different programs that you need.
Yep, that sounds about
That
right.
sounds about
Oh,
right.
wow.
Yeah.
Yep, on brand.
Oh,
36 minutes, yeah, it's about 6 or 7 minutes per app.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
It's
Like,
probably
if you
not
guys
that hard.
ever try to, if you guys ever try to like fix something in your car from a YouTube video, they'll skip the most the most time consuming part. They'll start the video after the most time consuming part is already over and then proceed to tell you how to fix the easy stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, that checks out.
the,
yeah, that sounds right.
the coolest thing I ever did with a car in a YouTube video was get into my wife's locked car from the trunk.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yep. Toyotas have like a little fail-safe if you ever get stuck in the trunk to get into the inside of the car, which is kind of cool.
Huh.
Once I
That's kinda
climbed
good to
the
know.
outside of my house to get into my bedroom window on the second floor. Wouldn't recommend doing that again.
I've done that before. It's not fun.
Little die-hard action going on there that day.
Just tad bit, tad bit.
Just throw some shattered glass on the ground to really build into to really just have that effect.
Oh, no.
So,
Welcome back, everyone.
hi,
Welcome
hello.
back.
Good to see you all.
It's so very, very good. I think we're waiting on John.
Yep.
Yeah, he said he's gonna be a few moments late.
God damn it, John.
So I hate to be the downer of the group already. But I will not be available on Thursday the 30th. I want to say it's the 30th, but it's probably not.
29th.
Yes,
Yep.
I will not be available. I will be driving home from Florida.
Just play in the car.
Yeah. Yeah, like everybody else.
I don't think I'll have a reliable internet connection.
I love how across any group I play with, there's always guilt for people whenever they're like, you just play in the car, play in the airport, you'll be fine.
Just, figure it out. And
Just
stop being a pussy.
Just endanger everyone around you. It's fine.
Well, that week, I'm free on the 30th for games. I think the 31st is probably off limits for most people. It's New Year's Eve, and then
Yeah.
if you guys wanted to do an earlier reschedule, I could do something like Monday or Tuesday as well. So up to you guys. We'll figure
That'll
out
probably work for me.
whoever's got those days.
We could work out a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Those of you who know what we usually do on Tuesday.
Yup.
And
Well, the break we had. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, worst case scenario, we can always just move on to the next week. I just know that you guys are itching for some D&D after a few weeks missed.
Yeah.
We got vitamin D and D deficiency.
True.
Lord.
Well, a good remedy is listen to the last episode like once a week. I probably listened to it like 3 times.
Oh, I meant to do that too.
I was super bummed because I usually watch Critical Role when I miss D&D. And the past couple of weeks have been either the Mighty Nine reunion or they did not have a game because it was the last Thursday of the month, or
Just scheduling problems all around in the D&D world.
Apparently, hot dog.
That's how it is around November and December. It's just natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cannot wait for December to be over.
Me too. I'm ready for the
I
new year.
remember. I remember when I was a kid, I couldn't wait for this time of the year to show up because we had so many days off. Like we would get all of Thanksgiving weekend, we would get all of like Christmas week.
Yep.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that? Why don't we get those days off anymore?
I
Because
get them off.
Everything sucks.
Hello.
Hello.
John!
Hello.
Hey, John.
You lied. You're 12 minutes late. Sorry.
Yeah.
Liar. Dirty liar.
Yeah, fuck you.
Wow.
Wow.
That escalated.
I'm sorry, I'm in a mood today. I'm not actually serious, I promise.
They've just been whacking you with sticks while you've been absent.
All good.
Yeah, if you feel like your kneecaps are about to break, good.
Well,
You
was
sound
all
really quiet
part of the
though.
plan.
John, you sound really quiet.
Okay, let's see if I can. I'm not on my headphones because my phone is low on batteries. So is this better here if I like lean in?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
better.
That's way better.
well, I think when last we left off, you guys had dealt with a rather
The
large swarm of rat warriors, some goblins, and routed them from the camp. You're
Quite
now
handily.
in the aftermath of what was a pretty vicious battle. While you guys fared pretty well against your combatants, the New Syrens weren't so lucky on the opposite side of the camp. You see them dragging several Siren soldiers back up into rest areas and medical tents where they can be tended to. But about a quarter of the prince's numbers have either been injured or killed in this battle. Because of this, the prince is running around hectically, dealing with all of these problems. And his nephew, Reed, is also by his side, taking orders where he can to lessen the load on the prince. As things kind of settle down, you guys make your way back to really the center point on top of the big redwood stump. And have a chance to finally have an audience with Prince Orgev. If you recall, battle occurred in the middle of the night, a sneak attack by the fiends. And because of this, your answer, which Orgev promised you in the morning, still hasn't been delivered. Knowing it likely that Orgev is planning to dispatch his nephew with you as a guide, who would serve as a valuable guide, you, at this point, probably are seeking to resume that conversation, just as a recap. And if that's not what you're trying to do, then by all means, do something else.
If as we're walking along, like looking around and kind of surveying the aftermath, if I see any soldiers that are on the brink, either that like very close to death or incredibly injured, I'll give them each a point of my lay on hands, so that it keeps them from dying, basically. So I'm going to be going around doing that and just aiding where I can and being basically like a field medic. So I'll probably be busy doing that.
Okay. Just gonna take a quick note of that.
So I can magically heal up to 15 people and then just aid and medicine otherwise.
From your perspective, are you putting one hit point of health back to 15 people? Basically, just trying to heal as many people as you can.
Yeah, the ones that look like they're like people that look like they might die otherwise.
Got it.
Yeah.
You can make your way over to like the medical tents. The medical tents are basically on the far side of the camp. There's like a gathering of 6 or so tents circled around you. There you go. Yep. That's where you'll find most of them injured, laid out. A few of them with rather gruesome wounds. So you find those ones first in the crowd. Those who've either had limbs amputated or something more severe.
Okay. I'm gonna aid in doing that and just kind of going around giving help, bandaging up, suturing, anything like that for the time being. Giving comforting words. And so I'm just doing that for a while. So that's it.
You could see Ignis tending to like a small scratch on his right shoulder, and he's just kind of prodding at it carefully with one of his massive thumbs, looking like he doesn't really know what to do with it. But it doesn't look very severe, it just looks bothersome to him.
Okay, I'll let him deal with that.
Are we all like in a group though? The rest of the people?
Big
I
stump.
Yeah, we're up on the stump.
I grouped you guys up on the stump, but you can feel free to place yourself anywhere you want on the map. After the battle occurred, I want you to feel like you had free reign to kind of, make a choice what occurred right after that and what you did immediately after that. I see Rock going by Firex. That would be what I would expect from him, just as an example. Find my horse, find my steed.
I think Pyrex lost the most health in that fight.
Not from the bomb, though.
No, not from the bottom.
I was gonna say I got hurt pretty bad.
I think Belsay might have, actually.
I got 15 points of damage on me, so howie. I have it to lose though. Poor horse.
So you said we were able to secure eventually some time with Prince Orgeth?
Yeah, at this point he's back up on top of the stump. So if it's your choice to, then absolutely you can seek him out for a conversation, get an answer to, what advice he had remaining for you and what services he had to offer as being a part of the 12 and this order that him and Yorin spoke of.
Oh, that's right.
Yorin, by the way, is pretty well shook up. If any of you had the chance to go and speak with him, he's not one to be in the midst of a battle, and he's had a rough couple of days. At this point, he's just kind of nursing himself by the fire, rocking back and forth, doing his best to remain calm. You can see Reed comforting him with a pat on the shoulder as you walk by.
Prince Orgeth, does this sort of thing happen on a regular basis?
It's the first time a warband of that size has come into these areas, but no, goblin raiding parties come through here quite often. Just in smaller numbers. They seem to have located us. We move around, but we've lingered here obviously too long. I must make a tough decision now.
I hope you've not lingered too long on our behalf.
No, it is not your fault. It is my own. The people have grown comfortable in this place. They do not desire to move around and be displaced so often as they have been in the years past. I must do my best to find permanent housing for my men and the women and children here. I know that the king has granted us these lands, but I fear I must ask more of him.
Has he not also lent you any protection, any assistance, troops, intelligence?
In a way, you see, Sire and Breland are tenuous friends. For many years we fought against each other. Many a siren killed a Breelish soldier in these wars. There is still bad blood and much ambiguity in our relationship.
And you could not find somewhere to settle and fortify against such attacks?
The king has offered us refuge in the old abandoned fortress. You will know of it as the Baron's Keep, just beyond the fated forest, which you most certainly passed through to get here. However, it is haunted by spirits. He tasked us with clearing it out. A convenient deal. I must ask more of the king. I must ask him to seek refuge in Sharn. Well, for my people at least.
If there were no spirits or anything haunting it, would this keep actually be suitable for your needs?
It is a derelict old military facility. It is certainly not a place to raise little ones. I fear it is unacceptable for our needs. The king knows this, but he was playing hardball. We were negotiating through a series of letters passed back and forth by messengers. Not as effective as in person, I'm sure you'd agree.
I see.
Yes, certainly.
I believe I
What do you
must travel
know?
to Sharn.
Mhm. An in-person conversation seems to be in order. What do you know of the Goblin Raiders? Is there anything that could deter them from targeting you?
Hmm. He thinks on this a long while. We've chosen the swamps because they're difficult to navigate, and it's tough to track through them, meaning we can move in and out and hunt in the areas without being detected by the raiding parties. Unfortunately, it's so out in the open that there's no real cover. We can be ambushed and surrounded as we were before very easily. I fear movement was our only advantage before. I know not another path, but to stay on the move and keep away from them. Remain undetected.
Well, they are a large community. Surely they are something that they want.
Hmm. Never negotiated with these goblins before. To be honest, they don't seem the type. Those that come out of Sterngate, a massive goblin city, standing out in the open, bold, they build their buildings tall like humans. Goblins typically don't live this way. They seek the undergrounds and caverns for their homes. Or at least the hotlands. These parts, they're bold. They are making a statement, trying to carve their stake. of what is Dargoon. But Sterngate is but a speck on the surface of the large region of Dargoon. And it is firmly controlled by both Zolenberg and Skullreef. A good amount of troops, dwarven kind, live in both locations. They say the armies to the north in Skullreef are extremely powerful. Zolenberg boasts a large community of farmers and one of the largest populations throughout the lands besides Sean. But its warriors are, well, more for show, I'll say, without adding any more disrespect to the title.
Hmm.
They host games in Zolenberg. Some of the soldiers enter the tournament. No Zolenberg native has ever won the tournament, which is where their soldiers get their reputation from, of course.
Is there money to be had?
Well, this year there's quite a prize on the line. An airship.
Ooh.
An airship.
Really? An
Yes,
airship of what variety?
to be honest, I don't exactly know. I haven't had time to research such fallacies or such fantasies as entering a tournament as such and winning an airship. But I imagine if it's what I expect of Zolenberg, it would be of grandiose nature. Everything there is luxurious, you see. I would expect nothing less of the airship that they deliver as a prize in their tournament.
Certainly. Returning focus to the problem at hand with the goblins, I would not leave you if there was something that we could do before we left on our way.
I fear my quest must be my own, and yours your own. Though I do feel quite strongly that our paths will meet again, and our quests will once again align. I seek
believe
out
so
the
too.
king to make home for my people in the city of Shan. If I am able to achieve this, I will turn my attentions towards these crystal shards you speak of.
Indeed. I know it is unorthodox, but perhaps consider negotiating with the goblins as well. They are not unintelligent creatures, and this is a new world after the war.
It also comes to mind that if the keep borders the forest, uh, we made allies, I suppose, of the Ents there. Perhaps they might help aid you
This
in at
is
least
true.
guarding your border.
Ents, you spoke to Ents. They spoke to you, he says, more surprised.
To Lord Belsay more than to us. Perhaps he could tell you something of the experience.
This is very interesting indeed. I shall seek out Belsay for a conversation on this topic. He looks to you, Tyrus, and says solemnly that he will try and negotiate with the goblins. And the epiphany-like look that he had on his face when you mentioned this tells you that he simply had never thought of negotiating with that particular race because of, well, how he's judged them, how he's had dealings with them in the past. And Orgev, an open-minded person, sees this as an opportunity to correct that mistake and possibly find a new path. Or at
Good luck
least
to you.
some peace.
Good luck to you. You have to explore all avenues.
Two hands build easier than one,
It's
or
true.
so I'm told.
I am happy to have met you, my new companions. I must say, you do learn something from everyone.
Very well. Well, then, I suppose the next order of discussion is our journey onward. Reed, I believe, was going to consider accompanying us. Is that still a possibility? I know he might have
Yes,
changed things.
there is the matter of Reed as your guide. I know I promised you Reed, but in my absence, Reed must stay here with his people. I also must ask one more favor of you. I can offer you a guide. I will not leave you empty-handed or alone out there as you head towards the Mournlands.
Mhm.
Take my Warforged, Bluey. He knows these lands well, and he can serve as a guide and also as a protector should you need aid in combat.
Does he not prefer to stay with the ones he is more familiar with, or
Bluey is humble and loyal. He will do as I ask of him, as he knows it is what is best for all.
Hmm.
But I must ask you this. May I beg you, Ignis, looks to Ignis, stay here and protect my people with Reed. I saw your strength in battle, and having lost a quarter of my men, I fear for the safety of both my troops and my people. Ignis looks at his companions and, looking around the camp, seeing various soldiers nursing wounds and a few tending to the dead, making graves for them out in the distance. Ignis says, I have my own path to forge, but I shall do this for you, noble prince. Though, when you return, and you must promise me that you will, I must go on my own way. Ignis turns and looks to Orochi. I hope you find what it is that you are looking for.
Says back to him, thanks for your confidence in your good tidings. To you as well. Good luck.
I appreciate your friendship, Orochi.
I wish we could have spoken more, Ignis. I would have liked to learn more about your history.
Perhaps there shall still be time for it, Raktarin.
On one day or another.
Oh. Seek me out if you're ever near the Dromelands and find yourself beyond the Black Wall.
Is that your home?
I fear, Tiris, I have no home anymore. But yes, it is where I once called home. I go there to right a wrong from my past.
I look forward to meeting again. All the best to you.
And you, bows to you deeply.
We should try and get a few moments of shut eye before we go in the morning. If everyone is amenable.
I agree. It sounds good. Yes, we.
I don't remember, Dungeon Master. Did this attack happen in the middle of the night, or did the party get their long rest and then the attack happened? Like, would this arguably be picking up where the long rest left off, or was this the morning?
I want to say that it was early enough in the morning. It was like 3 a.m. So I think what you guys had gotten is roughly 6 hours of sleep, if I recall correctly. So I think that's qualifies for a long rest.
Okay.
So we wouldn't really be up for another one yet then. It's too soon.
I thought it was an interruption and that we were going to finish it after. That was my thinking on it.
I mean, we could take another 6 hours. It would go till not theoretically 9 o'clock in the morning. So that's not an early start to the day, but it's not super horribly late. If you guys really feel you need it,
I'm good. Just got to be judicious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys feel like you need the rest?
Oh, I am okay.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
We'll survive.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm a little hurt, but I'm not like in dire straits by any means, so I'm good to go. Is Phyrix okay?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay. We could just head out now. I'm sorry, I know I'm talking out of character. Apologies.
If everyone is prepared, I think we could set out today. For now. I worry that it is our presence, or perhaps certain someone who arrived in our midst who might be responsible for this particular tragedy.
Are
Oh.
you referring to their newest courier?
Has he yet returned, Prince Orga?
He is here in the camp, and he's been questioned thoroughly. By my own hand, I must say. And he looks at his hand for a moment. You see, like, bruised knuckles.
Mm.
I don't believe he had anything to do with this. If he did, he most certainly would have told me. And for a moment, you see a different side of Orgev. You see an Orgev who's frustrated, angry, and who's put up with enough to where he'll go to any means to find safety and protect his people. And it's not a pretty sight. It's not the noble Orgev that his reputation would paint.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Ooh, well then, shall we travel on?
Yes, I shall get into the wagon. I have a game to show you, Rochi.
Oh god.
Let the wagon games begin.
I think we would hook up the riding horse to the wagon, and I would hop onto Firex and be prepared to go.
Was it Reed that was the person who was our contact with the traveling merchant?
It was, but Bluey also knows this merchant, and he'd be able to give you an audience with him. And the merchant's relatively open to having conversations with anybody who comes comes along the road. Uh, what Reed does tell you before you leave, though, is that he strangely hasn't heard from the merchant in a while, and he's usually dispatching him letters by way of a raven or some kind of bird that carries mail between Reed and this merchant.
Mm-mm.
But he's not gotten any of his recent advertisements offering the camp new weaponry or armor or things of that nature, and he's a little bit concerned about his friend. So he asks Bluey to send word back when he passes by the merchant to make sure he's okay. You catch a bit of this conversation, and as they finish up having it, Bluey kind of looks to the group and asks, "Where would you like to head first, or what's your immediate destination, so I can plot out the best course?"
It,
Is Bluey on the map somewhere?
Bluey is this interesting
Oh, that guy. Oh,
character
that
over
guy.
here.
Okay, cool.
eventually, Belsay would make his way back over towards the group after doing some healing and pull out his map for the party to use at length to determine their route. We were headed towards the dwarven. I thought the dwarven forge,
But the
right?
merchant is along the
Right,
way,
the
essentially.
merchant is along the way, and I think the merchant was a dwarf who would be able to help us get into the forge. Was that right?
Ah, yes, perhaps he boasts many things, though Reed likes him. I think he is not to be trusted. Bluey doesn't seem to be a fan of this merchant character. Bluey is astute and dutiful Warforged. You notice the first things about him are really that he is extremely tidy, does wear clothing, and the clothing that he dons is always extremely well pressed and clean and neat. He
Mm.
takes pride in taking care of his both his clothing and his physical appearance, constantly maintaining the various metal pieces on his construct body.
Bluey, if you are to travel with us, we might encounter danger. Are you a stranger to this? And if not, what are your sort of capabilities?
I am trained in the martial arts, you see, but I'm blessed with these. He raises his fists, and the coils that wrap around his hands begin to glow a bright blue color.
Ooh.
Those are fascinating.
I also have a few other tricks up my sleeve. He sparks fire out of his finger, and it looks like he's holding it between his two fingertips. And he says, I spent some time with a pyromancer. He infused my shard, he points to his chest, with magics that allowed me to learn some of his spells.
Ah.
Fascinating.
Then you will be helpful, it would seem. Good to have you on our side.
And it is also a pleasure to formally meet you.
And you. There's another Warforged here in the camp. Not a large construct like Bluey, but almost like a small little tin box. But it's sentient, and it can speak. And it also has the same psionic ability that Bluey has to transfer messages between himself and other Warforged with this capability. And with this, you'll be able to transfer messages between here and the New Sire camp. Orgev
Oh,
will
that is
be
super useful.
shortly leaving. Will probably not be in range to communicate with, but those here still in New Sire will be able to talk to you, even as they travel.
Wonderful.
Fascinating. How interesting. And useful. Too bad we didn't have those in the war.
Mm.
Yes, well, relying on, I believe it's House Civis for these goods is not always feasible, you see. We must rely on our own devices.
Indeed.
Mm.
So then we will make our way to, I believe, Sterngate, correct? Or at least nearby to breach the dwarves.
I believe the goblins lived at Sterngate.
Yes, we will want to steer far away from Sterngate. We will head around the mountain pass to Skullreeve. As you kind of show him on your or show him your map, he begins to point this out for you. And I'm just gonna share a quick picture here in
Okay.
Discord.
Yeah, I was looking at the Margle Pass because is it the Gathering Stone we're going to?
It is not.
Oh, oops, never mind.
You guys are headed towards Skullreeve Keep.
Mm.
I think I may have misdirected you with a previous map direction here, so let me pull this up. Here we go. So you guys are currently New Sire. Out the back of New Sire, there is a paths that leads to a mountain pass, which will wind up to Skullreeve. And you're headed to where that little X is. Skullreeve is actually in the mountain ranges, so where it looks like a black blip on the foot of the mountain, it's actually up in the mountain ranges. So you're headed through the mountains.
Is it going to be a cold?
Oh, they're not those kind of mountains. As a matter of fact, the opposite. They say volcanic activity still occurs there from time to time.
Oh, mon Dieu.
Right up your alley, Solitude.
Is it true?
Well then, if we are ready, perhaps we should hit the road.
Yes, I imagine ash and dust follow solitude in a many a way. Um,
Ha ha.
Yes, if everyone is prepared.
I am ever ready.
As you guys begin to head out, Orgev also readies himself to leave as he speaks briefly with Ignis, who promises, alongside Reed, to give his life to protect the people of this camp. You also catch something that you didn't pick up on before. He mentions then the debt will be repaid. And Orgev is the one who says this to Ignis. And Ignis really just nods to him dutifully, accepting the statement. And that's really all you gather from their conversation outside of them saying their goodbyes to one another. Orgev seeing you guys making your way out of camp, headed in the direction that you guys came in from. I wish you all the best of luck and safety in your journey. And
And to you.
don't let those dwarves chisel you too bad on your weapons, he says with a smile as he rides off.
Belsay kind of nods and hops in the. Sorry, go for it.
I was going to say, oh then, shall we away? No sense in wasting time.
I believe so.
I agree.
Samson rears a little bit. You can tell she's really ready to go. I think.
Who?
Oh, is that our draft
Pirates.
horse? Oh, I thought you said Samson.
You
said
did say
pirates.
Samson.
I said
You-
pirates.
You definitely said Samson.
I definitely heard Samson.
What? Who?
Same.
There is no such word. What?
She
There's
said,
no
he
such
said,
word in my
he said
vocabulary.
she stamps. As in, like,
Yeah,
the horse
He
stamps.
stamps
Pirates
and
and
okay.
Oh.
I was gonna say if 3 different people are hearing him say Samson, then
I was trying to
Yo,
think
where's
how
that
you
snoring
guys heard
sound come
Samson,
from?
and I was like, oh, they heard stamp.
yeah, Pyrix is short for Samson. It's a
I
silent
hear
S.
snoring. Is it someone
Ooh.
snoring?
That is indeed someone snoring. Pay no mind to it at the moment. it'll
Ah.
it'll come into play momentarily, though.
I like the
Hey,
look
no
of this
mind.
terrain. It's cool.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, this looks great.
I
This
thought it
is
was me because
super neat.
sometimes I hear myself snoring.
You're like, Brady, come on. I know it's been a long day, but buddy, you gotta wake up.
I love these maps. These maps are so cool.
This map is
I
extremely
love
cool.
the color scheme and the trees that you've got here.
Oh, the
It
trees
looks
look
really cool.
great.
It is
I
really
love
cool.
the grid. This is awesome.
Well, I
I
hate
mean,
it. So
tabletop
Oh, shut up.
simulators are just awesome in general.
Honest feedback's the most important kind, man. It's funny. This is a mixture of a few different maps, so it should be interesting. Hopefully, it's easily enough navigatable. I tried to mess around with it to make it a little bit more so, but down here at the bottom, you're kind of
It looks awesome.
kind of high up in the air when you pick a character up, but it gets better
I
as
was
you
wondering about that.
as
Yeah,
you move up the hill.
that's kind of fun. I like that actually.
It's just the density up here. Well, the first thing you notice is you have been traveling along the path outside of the swamps. It begins to change into kind of more like hilly, grassy area, and then you start to see little rocks at first, and then big ones as you approach the mountain. And as you get to the foot of the mountain, Bluey explains to you that you'll have to wrap around this path, and at the very top of it is Skull Reef, and that he hopes that the dwarves will give us an audience, as they don't often welcome outsiders. And Skull Reef is primarily, he explains, a military encampment where the troops of
Wow.
Zolenberg are sent to train, and the finest and the best and the brightest of Dargoon go there with hopes to become dwarven warlords. and
Hmm.
there's a bunch of bad mofo's up there, basically.
Oh shit.
They're also excellent crafters, and they do craft their own weapons, and they teach those who are interested in learning of their of their nation how to craft fine weaponry and things of that nature. But they'll only take the best. They have a very rigorous testing process for those that are chosen to become master artificers or master craftsmen or blacksmith and live within the keep itself.
Oh, I'm attached to the wagon. Should I be attached to the wagon?
Oh, that's fun.
It's fine.
It might be difficult to navigate around the battlefield attached to a whole wagon.
That's assuming there's a
You'll be
battle.
alright.
There might not be.
It's
We'll
very
talk our way out of another combat. It'll be great.
it's very assumptive that there won't be a battle. Here's a detached rock.
As we're going
Proceed.
as we're going along, Belsay will, if we're all walking, Belsay will kind of put a hand on Tyrus's shoulder.
Yes.
And he looks a bit abashed. I wanted to apologize for the other day. I snapped at you, and that was unfair of me. When you asked me about my past, it is something that is uncomfortable. And while I may not know you well yet, I trust you're at least a good person. So I will do my best to not do so again. However, going forward, I simply ask that you not bring up such things, though I appreciate your thought on trying to help. That is all I wanted to say.
Certainly accepts your apology. I didn't realize I would cause offense.
It was not offense, just hard things to remember.
Certainly. Can understand. If you ever change your mind, I suppose my offer remains.
I won't, but thank you. Though I would love to hear about your school sometime.
Oh, that stuffy old place. Towers that float in the sky. And, well, good people, some faculty, and some I am uncertain of. It seems that where there is power, there may be other things. It was an interesting place. Not everyone was kind.
None usually are. Perhaps this evening at the camp fire, we can discuss it in more in depth if you wish. If it would please, that is. And he kind of gives a slight head nod and smiles.
Um, certainly. I, yes, if you're interested.
Indeed. Perhaps Rock would care to join in.
Perhaps so.
Belsay kind of smiles and he pats you on the shoulder and he walks up to walk along Phyrix, along with Rock on Phyrix. Not really saying anything, just kind of companionable silence.
Companionable silence continues. Rock does occasionally look at Belsay and then look back at Liron. Liron in the wagon. But doesn't say anything about it.
game crash? Oh no, never mind. Also, just because keeping an eye out for any potential threats from the trees, these
Blue,
being mountains, and whatnot, that could be dangerous.
Bluey seems to be doing the same as he stops every 20 or so feet, scans the area, or at least what you think is scanning the area. He seems to crane his head from side to side, looking thoughtfully in both directions. He stops when the clearing starts to wind, and he looks ahead and says, "Well, that doesn't look good." He points at the large rock blockade in the middle of the path. It looks like rocks or large gigantic boulders have fallen rather recently and blocked the path entirely that leads up the mountainside.
Delsey's gonna lean over to Rock casually and just kind of whisper, a family member of yours, I see," gesturing towards the boulder blocking our path.
Wow. Do we all hear this?
Yeah, he's not trying to be quiet about it, but he gives Rock a
The
smile.
door is in the back of the wagon, Belsey.
Ah. Ha 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 ha! I thought he would like that. Sorry, I could not resist.
I wonder if Solitude brought any
As you should
more
not
of
have.
those explosives that we so lovingly experienced.
Ah. Perhaps not. Maybe I will go see what Solitude is up to, or Liran. And he'll move towards the back of the wagon.
And Orochi, this is where you ask if there are any queens, and if there are, I give them to you. If not, there is a pile in the middle of the pile. You take one, and you have to go like looking for them. I haven't figured out a name for it yet, but it sounds like a pretty fun card game.
All these games and so many rules. Luckily, we have enough time.
Aaron. This seems like a good spot to be ambushed. We should be on our guard.
And this is the only route to this place, right? The only, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a one-way path, it seems like. And there's kind of like rock walls on both sides of you at this point now. Uh, to that comment that you made, Tyrus, Bluey responds, "You are most wise to do so. These hills can be treacherous, I am told. I have not traveled here before, besides to see the merchant, of course, but never up into the northern hills of Skull Reef. I've heard rumors of strange beasts, gigantic, hurling stones. Quite problematic if we run into one of those, I would imagine," he says, showing a little bit of fear for the first time.
I think you're in good enough company. If we run into something of that nature, we could handle it. As long as we're not taken off guard. If I were of limited resources, this is perhaps where I would set up an attack as well.
"And to your advice, we must remain vigilant," he says as he scans the area one more time. Looking
If
ahead,
you were such a creature, where would you hide?
I've heard that these great beasts live high up in the mountains where they can hide their massive size behind the rocks and stones.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere they'll be further up. These lands are too low. Creature would be easily exposed in an environment like this. Though
Is this still the... Oh, sorry.
they may come down to hunt for food, I suppose.
I don't fancy becoming dinner.
I don't think we have anything powerful enough to blow up boulders. Tears.
No.
Perhaps a shatter spell? Hmm?
I will ask you to explain that
I
to
wish that
me
we
in
had
very technical and mathematical terms.
more of the dynamite. We should have brought some with us.
Yes, we should have. That is a regret.
Don't we have a special how big is this? Is the rock like actually comparatively this big? Like this blocking the path? Is it like way
Is it
large?
Yeah, it's a big old rock.
Oh, okay. Didn't know if it was something like if you work together and you had a potion of giant strength or something, but never mind.
Grab that large piece of wood and use it as a lever.
I mean, look, I got a 20 strength. I'm just saying, it's not unheard of.
Well, the thing is that to Brian's point, that this is a one-way path, and you will have to find some way over, under, or around, so to speak, to proceed.
Well, we would need
How
to abandon the wagon or clear the path, essentially.
how tall does a rock look?
Let's see. That's a good question.
About 6'7".
The rock. Oh, I guess he's.
About.
That's roughly, I want to say, 20 to 25 feet.
Oh Jesus, that's fucking huge.
That is really big.
Also,
Only
have
we had the stone shape spell.
Oh God, I know, right?
Hmm.
We is this the same day as the attack was, or has it been a couple days?
At this point, you guys have just started your journey towards Skull Reeve. It is the
Oh,
same
okay.
day, but it's mid-afternoon at this point. The battle took place. You guys took some time to recover, not rest, but just gather yourselves, and then left off, feeling a sense of urgency.
Well,
Does this rock look like any rocks around the area? Does it look like? Because it's a different color right here, but is it the same type of rock from right here, from the sides?
It is a noticeably different rock. It is definitely not something that just slipped and slid off as you begin to examine closely. Go ahead and roll a perception or investigation, whatever one you feel more
Okay.
appropriate there.
can I get in on that?
Perception.
Oh yeah.
Investigation.
Does it seem like a living rock, like a
Ooh.
rock?
I imagine all of you guys are, probably conundruming over this rock at this point. So yeah, feel free. And it doesn't seem like it has any kind of life signs, from what you can tell. It does
That was
seem
funny,
like
Cody.
just a rather big dead rock.
Okay. Figured it couldn't hurt.
I just saw it, Cody. Dwayne Johnson.
Oh God.
You
if he
asked
blocks
how
our path,
tall
we're
the
done.
rock was.
It's a very literal response.
Rock will walk up to the blockage and say, "I think I'll try something. I don't know if this will work."
Um.
He'll dismount
Okay.
and
Go. Sorry.
backfire away a little bit. If I heard Orochi speak up, I would turn before I did anything. What's up?
Because I'm trying to look. I asked that question because I want to see if it's not the same rock that's around sides of the rock face. These two rock faces. Um. Sorry. Excuse me. Does it look like underneath or to the sides? Are there any cracks in the rock?
There is a few tiny little cracks and crevices. Thing that looks like you could fit your even like hand wrist deep into. So no real large crevices, but there is like tiny little cracks and crevices where you could see little bits of light pouring through from the other side.
So Orochi's gonna hiss to his. He's gonna bow his head a little bit and make a hissing noise, and he's gonna ask the snake to try to go through the crack of the rock and see what he sees on the other side. And he'll tell Rock what he's doing, and because I'm assuming Rock is gonna try to get up there, but he's gonna just try to send the snake to the other side and just see if anybody's waiting on the other side. He's gonna just try to see if somebody's waiting on the other side, or if
Alright.
there's people nearby.
You want me to become the snake here?
Uh, sure.
Well, as he kind of slithers through this crevice that you kind of feed him into, you see bits of the snake slowly begin to disappear into the rock. And about 2 or 3 minutes goes by after he completely disappears before his little head pokes back through the same hole that you put him into in the first place. And what he has to say is that on the other side, there's nothing waiting to spring an ambush on you, but there is certainly a living being over there, a rather fat-looking dwarf that was snoring away the afternoon in a cart.
Okay, I'll go back and I'll relay that to the rest of the party and see what they think.
Iris, meantime, has actively gone off by herself and is scouting along the ridge up here.
Tyrus, you off
I
too?
like she's up here by herself.
I'm gonna activate my divine sense while we're hanging out, just to see if there's anything within 60 feet that celestial fiend are undead, good or evil, all that shit, you know. I don't remember how to do the thing. Is it hold shift? No. How do you? No. How do you do the line thing?
Tab, or hold
Yeah,
down tab,
Right.
or
I
F2.
think
So-
I'll hide in the shrubs, or like, wait, are there shrubs? No, no shrubberies. Never mind.
So like anything like out here, or pretty much anything behind us that would detect, that would ping off as good, evil, celestial fiend, undead, anything like that.
There is something, I think.
That's a negative.
All right.
Nothing in your range.
Good to know.
Okay.
All right.
Rock
as-
will approach. Oh, go ahead, Tyrus.
So as Tyrus kind of creeps along, stealthing around up here, does she find anything or anyone of note? She is actively looking for like signs of an ambush, signs of traps being laid, creatures around.
As you kind of look around, do a survival check for me. You come across what's a rather interesting impression on the ground. At first, you don't see it for what it really is until you roll that wonderful survival check. Then you back up a few steps, getting your bearings, and you see it's a massive footprint. Looks like a human foot, only about 50 times larger.
Can I tell which direction it's heading?
Unfortunately, there's only this one footprint here. You look in the direction that it's heading. It's pointed heel to toe. Let's see here. I'm gonna do an arrow line right in front of your character, and hopefully drops the way I want it to. In this direction. That makes sense.
Okay. Towards the big boulder.
Hmm.
Okay.
It looks like it's either traversing up the mountain or sideways off of it. You're not really sure.
Okay.
And it does look like it's a right foot.
Great.
Not a wrong foot.
Jeez.
I have to admit that I thought about saying that, but
It's definitely a Bigfoot, though.
Exactly.
I think I'm gonna
Wow.
try and cast a spell on these lovely rocks.
Blow them up. Cast dynamite at 3rd level.
I don't have dynamite, but I do have, as Rock holds his hand out towards the rocks, a thunder wave.
Interesting.
Rock con save 15 for a 15.
We're all far enough away, right?
Hopefully.
It pushes them away from me, so hopefully everyone's far enough away, including me.
I'm gonna just back up.
The fate of the rock.
there.
The rock rolled poorly.
Oh no.
That is a fail. The rocks will take 6 thunder damage.
Whoa.
When the rock abuses the rock.
We're gonna rock and roll. Anything unsecured within the area of effect is automatically pushed 10 feet away from me by the spell's effect.
So I want to say that your 6 damage. Where do you aim? Like the thunder wave? Like you're standing right in front of it. Obviously, it's a cone. But where?
It's a cube that is
Was it cube?
basically centered on my hand, essentially.
Oh,
So
I see.
my hand is on the front as a on the face of the cube.
Just cube punch, 15 feet, eat it. I get it. All right, so it's gonna be like a wide area impact then, from my perspective. Instead of like a chisel, right? Like so,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you see several cracks form in lots of the rocks, but it's only pushed back 10 feet, unfortunately. But that is enough. And oh, I hope I made this one. I did.
Ooh,
Yay!
Enough to where a small bit of the path is revealed, allowing you to pass by.
Dude.
First level
Wow.
spells are useful sometimes.
Rock, that was most impressive. Good thinking.
I'm glad I didn't have catapult.
Paper beats rock.
Hmm.
I dig it.
If that's enough for us to get by, I think perhaps we should continue with caution.
Can the
Your
cart fit through this spot?
comments regarding Bluey, your comments regarding large creatures that reside in these mountains appears to be correct. And I
Well,
would describe the footprint that I found.
that is most unsettling. Then the rumors are true.
It would seem.
Or someone's pulling an extremely distasteful prank on us. That seems unlikely to me. Bluey says with no sense of humor in his voice whatsoever.
With
Why
the
would such
dwarf.
a thing be funny?
I do not understand humor, or claim to. All I know is that it is something that sentient beings all have in common. They all like to pull pranks on one another for some reason or another.
I do not see the lore of this either, so I don't think that it is a trait. Simply to sentient beings. So rest assured, your sentience is not in question. Let's proceed.
It is a great way to relieve stress in times of, well, stress.
Hmm.
We see this dwarf. Oh,
Yeah, I was just about to ask that.
You see, the fat dwarf sleeping in his cart, far off in the distance, and you can hear his snores even from where you're at. And
Oh,
as
he
you
didn't hear that loud thunderous boom.
and as you
The one
guys
that can be heard from 300 feet away.
approach, would you say you do your best to keep quiet? Are you guys trying to be noisy? What would be the noise level you guys are coming in at, you think?
I think it's just like an
Normal.
average. We already kind of alerted everything that could possibly be here to our presence. So
Do thunder wave.
yeah,
Yeah. Well,
not stealthy.
not the dwarf though. Apparently, he sleeps like the dead. And if there's a giant walking around these areas of some kind, I would imagine that that would wake him too, but apparently not. And as you guys approach, he's still just sawing logs over there.
I'll approach him. I'll put a hand up for everyone to maybe stop for a second, and Belsay will approach with a casual smile and just say, do I speak Dwarvish? No, I speak Draconic. Never mind. Excuse me, good dwarf. Excuse me. Right. And I'm going to take out my sword and smash it on my shield as loud as I can, about 5 feet away from him.
And as you do this, he shoots up out of bed. What in the name of Grelreach is going on here?
Ah, you're awake. Good. Good morning. Or should I say good evening?
It doesn't look like morning, he says. He's like blinds himself from the sun.
Oh no, it is much and truly well into the day.
What's the meaning of this? Disturbing my nap and all?
Well, we simply wish to converse, and as the sound of crackling thunder would not wake you, I thought perhaps the sound of metal and metal would.
It most certainly did, as it always does. The sound of metal ringing on metal. A beautiful sound, though not when it's right in your ear while you're sleeping.
Ah, apologies, I did not mean to offend. I thought it would be a pleasant sound for you to wake up to.
Never you mind, never you mind. You were only trying to wake me up, I suppose. My mother says I sleep like the dead.
Indeed, you do. Are you okay?
Well, smells his armpits, looks to both sides of him. Might have had a bit too much to drink last night, but suppose I only need a shower, a wash, and I'll be okay.
Right.
Fall over there. Was thinking of making my way over to the hot springs, perhaps.
Hot
Ah,
springs.
Yes, there's a few hidden pools in this area I could show you if you're interested.
perhaps before that, I believe you know our acquaintance here, and he'll gesture towards Bluey.
Well then, you brought this large lump of metal with you on your way up the hill. Bluey, old friend. And where's that scallywag Reed? Hello, Gilgis. It is a pleasure to see you again, I'm sure. He says distastefully at the sight of Gilgis. Oh, don't mind old metalhead over there. He doesn't like dwarves. Says we're not to be trusted, you see. He says, trying to like feign whispering, but saying it very vocally. Well,
Well,
what brings you to my cot here then? He says, like holding his arms outstretched, like there's truly a spectacle to behold behind him.
we wish to trade and perhaps seek some guidance going forward towards uh Skull Reeve, if you will. Be so kind as to give information or more.
Well, you're headed in the right direction if that's where you're going. Keep on up the mountain path there. Although, you'll need some sort of a reason to have an audience with the dwarves up there. They're real private folk. Kicked me right out of their enclave, they did.
And why is that? Have we
Uh,
cause to fear you? Good
no,
dwarf.
no, I'm not not that type of a man. Oh, you see, a dwarf. You see, well, a bit of a misunderstanding between me and old Commander Garrett. You see, I studied there at the keep for some time, learned the craft and trade of my people, and those of us that know the craft are forbidden from profiting from it. Well, let's just say I bent those rules a bit. I was never to forge and sell anything from the Mythril Forge, but the temptation was too great, and I was in dire need of the coin. It was money well spent, and a sacrifice I accept. Were it this very day, I'd do it again.
Well then, perhaps this deed befits a man of high skill. And I do apologize. I have found myself in a rather rude stance. My name, as I should indeed introduce myself and my friends, is Belsay Pan, if you'll have us. What is yours?
In the middle of your rather polite introduction, he begins a rather uh, rude and impolite yawn and follows it with a burp, wipes his large beard, and stretches out his hand, still with a little bit of slobber on the front of his hand.
Belsay will spit into the palm of his hand and hold it out to shake it.
And as you do, he claps into your hand with his rather large hand for a dwarf. You see his hand is a little bit bigger than yours. My name is Gilgis. Well met, Belsay.
Well met indeed, good friend. And this, he gestures behind him, is my good friend Orochi, Tiris, Rock, Lirin, and Solitude.
Bonjour.
And Bluey, as you already know, is an acquaintance. We met earlier today.
Oh, he prefers Metalhead for sure, don't you, Bluey?
I
Um,
believe his name is Bluey.
Rather amusing, Gilgis, as always.
Perhaps you have wares of which some of us might be interested. Or perhaps you have some advice on handling ourselves with your former compatriots up the road.
He gets excited at the thought of having a customer, and urges you to peruse his wares as you look over the rather small selection of what he has. You notice there's nothing superior to what you have amongst his stocks. Gilgis, not being a foolish man or foolish dwarf, sees this and recognizes that he may not have the items that you're seeking in his current stock of goods. Yes, I'm stuck with the mundane and the simple, you see. Taking away all of my properly fashioned items, even things that I didn't make at the Mythril Forge. This was the cost of my crime. Only I could find a way to redeem myself with Commander Garrett. I'm sure he would allow me to begin crafting weapons again.
What do you think it would take to redeem you in the eyes of such a man, considering the severity of your crime?
Well, that's just it. Commander Garrett is a proud dwarf. He's not the type to forgive for crimes such as mine. But perhaps if I could gain his favor somehow, it still escapes me a way to do so. I will tell you, if something comes to you, I would do anything to come across that information. I would be most indebted to whoever passed it along to me.
Well, what have others done in the past to earn his favor? Maybe you could replicate it?
Well, most of those that have his favor now are his loyal soldiers and students. Suppose that ship has sailed for me.
You know, I was curious. On our way up here, we came upon a strange obstacle, a boulder in our path that clearly did not belong. And, or actually, before I go on with this, did Tyrus share the information about the foot, or no?
To anybody who was paying attention to her, she did.
Okay. I was just curious. I didn't want to continue the train of thought without confirming.
Yeah, she would have shared it.
Perhaps there is some trouble in the area with giants or of their like. It would seem. I would assume this cuts off trade with your dwarven kin and yourself indeed. Were we to potentially track down this ne'er-do-well and cease their shenanigans, perhaps that would bring favor to you. 'Tis but a thought.
He scratches his head in a rather dumb-looking fashion, seeming confused by your statements. Giants in these lands, only rumors. If there was any giants roaming these lands, I'd know about it. Bluey kind of scoffs at this a little bit.
Well, perhaps you would see for yourself what has been found. It's a rather large footprint. I'm not sure that can be explained in any other way.
You guys take the brief, we'll say 10, 15-minute walk back to the footprint as he's rather curious to see this. And as you guys come across it, he looks sorrowful. This is not good indeed. Poses a great many problems for us indeed now, doesn't it? Very well. Seems as though you are correct. We do have a problem, and perhaps if I'm able to help deal with it, I can regain the commander's favor.
You mentioned offers of favor of your own in exchange. What do you have to offer then? In trade.
Well, my craftsmanship, of course, but that comes with a catch, you see. In order to forge you a weapon of true prowess, I would need permission from the commander.
So it seems that perhaps we are in need of gaining his favor as well. If we were to desire such a thing from you. Yes?
Most definitely.
Well, we can address this issue once we potentially speak to the commander. Perhaps he will have some insight on whether or not this is a worthy cause to take up, or whether or not it is better left alone. I will do what I can to get you back in the good graces, should it prove to be necessary.
Something tells me the commander will task me with this, and it will become my burden. Kind of laughs to himself. Seems like he's laughing at some private fate.
Well, but it makes sense that if we wish your services and the favor of your king, leader, that it would be our job, I suppose, as well.
You
We would
mean
not set you on this task alone.
you'll help me out then? You wouldn't leave old Gilgus alone by himself?
Absolutely not.
Why would we set you at a task and not aid with it?
These are a barren land I live in. Not many offer aid and friendship such as you. I am ever in your debt, he says, bowing his head humbly.
That does seem to be the plan.
And if we go through with this, I expect a fine return on our investment, Balse says with a grin, and he kind of reaches out his hand to shake Gilgas's again.
By all means, I shall craft something for each of you, by request. Even you, old Bluey.
Then it is a deal, unless any would object. Perhaps it is not worth our time. Do any feel this to be true?
No, I believe this is
Nonsense.
a. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry.
You first. I said go ahead first. Haha.
Nonsense. I believe you came across our path for a reason. Couldn't be by coincidence.
Listen, if this is something that would help, a creature of this size would be a worthy challenge, would it not?
Certainly gives you a reason to have an audience with those dwarfs up on the hill, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it would. All right. Then we best set out immediately, I would think, to deal with the problem after speaking with your kin.
Do
Shall
you
we?
believe you
No,
you
go
were
for it.
skeptical at first? Do you believe that your brethren would believe a tale of giants in these parts?
Well, what he won't believe, certainly he can see for himself.
Hmm.
Then let us hunt a giant, my friend.
Indeed. Let us make haste. Shall we approach the dwarves, or shall we simply hunt first?
Always better to come bearing gifts, I say.
Mm.
If we arrive with trophy in hand, they will have little reason not to open their doors.
Perhaps it's best to seek an audience with the commander first. I can't speak for him, of course.
I do believe in this situation you would know more than us. Though I think gifts are a good idea. Might have something.
Hmm. Then let us move on, and we will be back. I hope. And we keep going unless anyone says otherwise.
Pretty much.
Cool.
Yes, please.
Let's
Charge on.
go! Woo!
Oh, I just did a flip.
Yeah, up the hill. We.
You guys spend the better part of an hour making your way up the hill, and finally reaching the top. This is what you come across. Spanning a massive gap in between the path, there's this huge stone, naturally formed stone archway. As you pass underneath it, on the other side is a rather large clearing, completely surrounded by rocks.
Oh
Load
god,
up.
he has siblings?
This is great. Thank you, Steve.
He's actually an octuplet.
Rock has one sister. Thank you very much.
Very big sister, apparently, if she's surrounding us.
Pebble?
That would be funny if he had a sister named Pebble.
Yeah. I like that sound. That was cool.
As you approach this rather large structure, you see in front of
My
you
screen's still loading. Sorry.
a great wrought iron gate. It has one of those old-fashioned knockers on the front of it, and also a slit at the very top, which looks like no dwarf would be tall enough to reach.
We've made it to the Emerald City.
go up and knock.
Hear the clang, clang, clang of the knock on the door. A couple moments later, tiny slit opens just a few inches. And a small...
This one at the very top
Yep.
of the door?
Yep.
So cool. So cool. Love this graphics.
A small, scraggly looking face, bearded face, with several missing teeth, a few blackened ones, and the rest a beautiful shade of yellow. Says to you, who's there outside the gate? What's your business?
We wish to seek audience with out of character. What was the guy's name again? Commander something or other?
Commander Garrett, they said.
Garrett?
Mr. Bell.
Garrett? Garrett?
Garrett.
Right. Commander Garrett. On business, perhaps, if he would be so inclined. Smiles.
And what business have you with the commander?
Well, it would seem we have business in slaying giants, or perhaps trade, or both. If you would be so inclined as to see us, it would be most appreciated.
Giant slayers, are you? Well,
Potentially.
potentially, I see. The technicalities, yes. Well, I shall consult Commander Garrett and return promptly. You hear the slit close shut promptly. And pitter-patter of footsteps from inside the door, moving away from you.
I do hope this Commander Garrett has more decorum than that fellow.
He won't.
A few moments goes by, and the slit reopens. This time, a much more handsome face is revealed through the 3 or 4 inch crack that you see there.
Revealed through your 4-inch crack.
Oh my god.
He doesn't say anything all session. He chimes in to say that. Classic John.
Just been biding my time. Just been waiting on the. I'm waiting on a pitch. I'm waiting.
Waiting
on
on-
the
worth
Waiting on a crack.
The wait.
Waiting on a crack.
Giant slayers, are you? Well,
In potentiae.
you don't look like giant slayers. I mean, no offense by this, of course, but you're rather small, you see. And that's
Rock-
not to say that small things and small creatures can't do great things, of course. Dwarfs are small creatures.
Rock shuffles up to Belsay and says, "See, I knew we should have showed up with a trophy."
Trophies are nice. It is nice to show up with trophies, says the voice from inside the door.
Perhaps you would be so kind as to allow us an audience with your commander. It would indeed be appreciated.
Perhaps we would, he says, like almost questioning. Down to his left, you could see from somewhere inside the door. He's obviously talking to the less attractive dwarf who breached my 4-inch crack a moment ago. And I don't suppose. Well, should we let him in? If we let him in, we'll be in trouble. It's up to you, Clark. I'm gonna let him in.
We do bring drink if is needed.
You hear clicking and clacking and all sorts of unlocking. What sounds like 15 locks unlock on this door. And then you
Ghetto? Are we okay? Are we safe?
then you hear a thump. The iron door cracks open. And as it does, Clark, the dwarf, as well as Otho, pile out into the entranceway, having successfully fallen over, leaning on the door in their excitement.
Well, perhaps we can share in a drink then, yes?
Dusting
I think
himself
they've
off.
already been drinking.
This damn door always does that, although I told you not to lean on me. Oh, sorry about that. Right. Well, you'll want to see Commander Garrett then, eh?
Says Otho, a smile on his face.
The
Absolutely.
idea, yes.
Follow me.
And he leads you up the staircase as Otho just stands at the doorway, opening a hand, beckoning you all inside. And as you all get inside the building there,
Those stairs are precarious.
they're rather tough to navigate, those stairs. Clark follows behind you and shuts the rather large door. And you see him lock the 15 or so locks that are on the opposite side of the door facing you now. And
See how he got up to look through that top eye slit.
you also see on the inside of the door there's like 4 little metal foot places where a dwarf could climb up to reach that slit, as well as reach all of the various
Great.
locks that are there. And he is using these as he dismounts, comes off the door, and says,
Right then. What? You never seen the door locked before?
as he sees all you staring at him,
I will actually ask him, are we safe? Do you need that many locks?
Well, it's not a very friendly area, let's say that. There's things in these hills, you see. We'll talk about that later.
he pats you on the back.
Giants.
Giants, you say? Well, you are here to select giants. I suppose you wouldn't be here if they weren't here. But I haven't seen any, no.
Gonna follow behind not Othello. What the hell is his name? The other guy? Otho?
Otho. Yep.
Otho. Gonna follow behind him.
Otho leads you into a great hall, and as soon as you enter, the first thing you notice on both sides of the hall are these beautiful, magnificent bronze sculptures, and each of them portrays some kind of dwarven warlord. Their names are etched into the stone, and each of them holds a story of how each dwarf became famous. And as you begin to read through some of them, or if you begin to read through some of them, you notice that each of them are a depiction of a ruler, in the line of, you suspect Commander Garrett as you see him standing there brilliantly in his shining armor at the center of the hall. He bears quite a resemblance to many of these sculptures.
Illutirus is absolutely stopping to read a little bit.
So are they written in Dwarvish?
They are, yeah.
Awesome.
Never mind.
Oh, I'll read them.
Dulce will approach Commander Garrett, and
Or she's gonna approach me.
he's gonna bow. Well met, good sir. I do so appreciate your audience at this time.
Well, I appreciate you gracing me with your presence, Giant Hunter.
Yes, it would seem on our way here that we found signs of giant kind traversing these lands. Perhaps we could do you the favor of removing them, if you would be so inclined as to work with us on such a thing.
Traveler, you bring troubles to an already troubled land. See, I'm dealing with a bit of an internal problem here at the moment. I don't know what those 2 buffoons at the door told you, but there is a giant stalking these lands. It has not bothered us here yet. You're right, though. Leaving them to linger is not wise.
I am not sure that it is true that they have not bothered you. They have blocked off the path to your lovely citadel here.
Block the path, you say? Why would it do such a thing?
An interesting question indeed. I am sure you would love to know the answer. Perhaps we could find out for you.
What is the evidence you have of this besides this blocked path?
Giant footprint.
That being 20 times the size of a normal
50.
humanoid, 50 times the size of a normal humanoid, and a rock that seemed both obstructive and incredibly out of place. Right
That
in the middle of
awkward
the
door,
one
I'll say.
pathway. What?
Nothing.
What did you say?
I made another bad joke.
Ah.
I said I'm not that awkward. I'm not obstructive and obscenely out of place.
It seemed very intentionally placed.
You can see lines of stress in the young commander's face, and the gears begin to turn as he begins to think about what a giant roaming around in this area could do.
A giant could destroy all that we've built here. Yes, you're right. This must be dealt with immediately, though. I don't have the means or the troops to sacrifice on such a task right now. As I said, we're dealing with a bit of an internal problem here at the moment.
Thinks to himself as he rubs his beard.
Perhaps, giant slayers, you could branch out. Do you hunt any other types of monsters? Pray tell.
We have been known to, yes.
I have
What
fought
sort
many.
have you, what variety of monsters are you speaking of?
A beast of one of my own's creation, unfortunately. We have a resident wizard here, Draylin, a close personal friend of mine. He is brilliant, you see, but troubled. He sometimes does not put limits on the experiments that he, well, experiments with. And for this reason, we have come to a great tragedy here. A few of my own dwarves were struck down by the creature that he created.
Oh my.
He was trying to harness the powers of the mountain, you see. These hills were said to be dormant for many years, but on the day of mourning, they became active again. Lava began to pool some of the lower areas and in caverns that we explored. We noticed also that things began to take residence here. Lizard creatures, great salamanders, attracted to the heat. They keep to themselves for the most part, but you go into the caves, you certainly risk their presence.
He's also given you trouble.
When we were first mining the Mythril Forge, yes, but they have shied away from the dwarf-made caverns and areas that we've carved out for ourselves. They seem to want to have a life of their own without disturbances, but they are territorial if you come upon them.
Well, then what would you deem to be the bigger threat?
Well, these salamanders, they are natural to the lands. I think not that we should have to slay them and rid them from their homes unless it becomes necessary. But this beast is taken to the forge, you see. Me and Draylin were able to fight it back when he unleashed it, and it grew to be too large to handle. From the fires of the mountain, he created a great elemental. It was small at first, only the size of, well, it could fit right here in his hand. But he began to experiment, feeding it, causing it to grow beyond measure. When it became too large and volatile for him to control, he panicked, cast it into one of the forges. There it grew and became even more powerful.
Yes,
was-
I imagine it did.
It was only by the grace of the gods that we were able to fight it back and contain it within the Mythril Forge. And there it stays. The experiments he did on this elemental caused it to have certain traits of other beasts. For some reason, he thought it important to impart characteristics of a dragon into this elemental. And when it went wrong, we observed that the elemental was extremely attracted to rare metals, as it stayed extremely close to the mithril anvil that lies within the forge. The mithril anvil is a great anvil made entirely of mithril. It is the secret source to all of our magical weapons, how we are able to craft such fine merchandise.
Like an unnatural creature should be dealt with. And you're a wizard as well.
Well, we have two options. I see. We fight either the giant or your elemental. For a favor, were we to fight both, perhaps we could change an agreement in that case. Would you have us fight both? If need be.
He strokes his beard thoughtfully again. I fear I may not have you a tangible reward for the size of this task to offer you. It would be compelling enough for you to take it on. But that's not to say there isn't a means by which I could possibly present you with one. There is a great tournament taking place in Zolenberg in the upcoming weeks. Each nation calls forth several champions nominated by various parties. I happen to be one of the members able to nominate a champion. Some nominate groups to compete in the games. I have that right as well. I have a nephew with a strong desire to compete in these games, as a matter of fact. Were you to join him, I would make you my champions, offering you a spot to compete in the games of Zoldenberg with a chance to win this year's prize, a Lux airship.
It is an interesting offer. I have one other request. Were we to take on both such tasks, I would seek, while I see it as understandable why this decision was made, I would seek also the forgiveness of I'm sorry, I forget what was his name. Good, something with a G. The dwarf guy we met before, the merchant.
Gilgus.
Gilgus. I would seek the forgiveness given to Gilgus for his transgressions as a part of taking on both such creatures, as it will be indeed quite dangerous, I would assume.
Gilgus intends to aid you in this quest.
Indeed.
Very well. What you ask is acceptable. He could reclaim his lost honor in such a fashion.
You are a fine leader, and I appreciate your candor. I look forward to sharing a fine ale with you once this is all said and done. And Belse will reach out a hand and a smile.
He shakes your hand firmly.
Ha! And how do the rest of us feel, my friends?
It sounds all right to me.
Sounds like it could be a challenge. And you know me, Belsay, I'm always up for a challenge.
Another step, another hunt.
What did you say?
Another step, another hunt.
Well,
To give you
None of
guys
us-
a monetary idea of what the Lux airship would look like, it would be roughly 250,000 gold pieces for an airship of this size and a full crew to run it. I don't know how that works either. Is the crew just indoctrinated?
maybe it's like a easy to use, like it's really intuitive.
Oh,
I don't know.
they're Warforged. They could just be Warforged.
Oh yeah, like a built-in AI kind of Warforged thingy.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Oh,
I'm very interested in this elemental.
Oui.
how do we
It
track
sounds
it?
really interesting.
You will want to seek counsel with Draylin. He will have all of the information you need. He's in the last door on the right down the hallway there.
Ah. Thank you again, Commander Garrett. It is very, indeed, quite appreciated your time today.
He gives you a small but regal bow. And you guys head back down towards the hallway that he directed you to. And find the last door on the right, closed. And inside, you can hear some sort of electric crackling.
Tyrus, Rock, perhaps this would be more your purview, don't you think?
Tyrus is more the librarian than anything.
Ah. I know very little of magic. By all means, please, take the reins. Belsa gives you his sleepy smile once more and kind of steps back.
Well,
Can I tell what the sparking sound is?
It sounds like electricity to you.
Is the electric says he is a very fun word.
Rock will knock on the door.
And as you knock on the door, there's no response, just that crackling electricity sound.
I will attempt to open the door.
The door's open, and or it's unlocked, and as you open it, you reveal inside a small caped figure, and you can see the electricity crackling in both of his hands as he shapes with his hands some sort of metal spherical orb. And you can see that there's like strange and incongruent etchings into this little orb. And the electricity that he's using with both of his hands, almost as though he's trying to weld this piece of metal in some way.
Tyrus will simply walk around into his line of sight, making some intentional noise behind him without trying to startle him, and then just stand there and wait for him to pay attention to her.
The electricity stops in his hands immediately, and the orb begins to fall to the ground, and his left hand swoops underneath it, catches it deftly.
She reaches out to try to catch as well. I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt your work. I can see that what you're working on is delicate.
Mildly surprised, he takes his wolf head cover, which he's basically using as kind of like a welding mask, and reveals his eyes from underneath it. He's basically completely blinding himself with this wolf's head hat, using it as like a welding mask, which is most certainly not practical to do. But he tips it back. Visitors. Well, what are you doing here?
Drylin,
Yes.
What did you say?
Yes, that's my name, Drylin. Drylin, however you want to pronounce it.
Among other things, we've been asked to investigate a troublesome elemental that has been created.
Oh, troublesome indeed. Yes. Created by my own hand. Sad to say. He looks down at his feet.
An experiment gone too far, it would seem.
Perhaps a bit.
He says, now he's kind of like examining the dirt underneath several of his nails.
My instructors at Arcanics would have had my scholarship on the chopping block had I done such a thing.
Ah, pompous, bureaucratic fools at that school. Well, those who run it, not the students, of course.
He looks at you.
They're an interesting lot.
Don't like 'em, not one bit. But
If you have experience. Perhaps we shall talk of that later. For now, tell us
Did
of
we?
your
Can I ask a
fire
meta question?
elemental. Uh-huh.
Can I ask a meta question? Did we brought the crystals with us, right? That
Mm-hmm.
is okay.
Yeah, you didn't give those up.
Okay, good. So tell us of your elemental.
It's a rather simple story, really. I infused the great power of the mountains into a small sieve, you see.
He shows you the metal item that he has in his hand.
Something like this. All you need to create an elemental, really. You must infuse it with the powers of the element you wish to create, and presto, presto!
A bunch of smoke rises in the room.
Right, haven't quite figured that one out yet. Well,
And this elemental is unbound and wandering.
uh, unbound, yes. Wandering, no. He's currently, well, hugging that mithril anvil like it's his favorite stuffed animal.
I see. Well, I believe your commander would like his anvil back.
Yes, we all would. It is,
Mhm.
what drives us, you see. Dwarves must create. I create with my spells, with my magic. I do not have the touch of a craftsman. I can forge with any mediocre smith, certainly, but I am no master. But the dwarves
Oh,
here,
no.
they must use this skill, this talent to create, to forge weapons of beauty and power. If they don't,
Mhm.
they become, well, they become sick.
Interesting. Well, what aid can you offer us? We were sent to you to discuss the matter. It is your mess. It's only right you help clean it up.
Fair enough, fair enough. A harsh word was never spoken more true. But I must say, I fear this mess is too large for even a broom of my size.
That is why there are many of us.
Well, I do know this fire elemental would be weak against cold magics, water
Mm-hmm.
magics.
Mm-hmm.
It is
Warrior
also
style than mine, Tears.
bound to the forge. It does not want to leave, you see. It has claimed the Mythril anvil for its own. Like a dragon, it covets its treasure.
Like a dragon.
Could it be bound elsewise?
An interesting concept. What do you mean?
Tears, you know more about this than I would, I think.
If it is easily controlled by the thing that it wants, it does seem to be a powerful creation that could perhaps be used if you are certain that it will not run amok. Perhaps there are other means to get the dwarves what they need without destroying it. And perhaps it could still be put to use.
He opens up a rather large textbook. Well, at first he searches the walls, scanning for this textbook. Then he pulls it off the shelf and opens it up, flying through the pages rather recklessly, uh, tearing a few of them as he does so, not seeming to care at all. He lands on a page and begins to read, as people do sometimes when they're scanning through a paragraph, very fast in his head. It sounds like 1,000 words a minute.
Yes, yes, I suppose it's possible. Reintegration. If you were to weaken the fire elemental to a certain point,
Hmm.
I could perhaps reintegrate it into the power of the mountain. And in doing so, perhaps amplify the power of the Mythril Anvil itself. Curious. I see an experiment on the horizon.
Are you certain that this will not go too far,
Oh.
as your previous experiments have done?
By all means, of course, I will be responsible in all things.
Insight check.
Uh, yeah, insight check, and I also want to like look over if he has notes or calculations or anything, and kind of do like a check myself to see if I think that that's reasonable.
Roll insight and perception for the looking over his book notes, seeing if you can see any of his cliff notes.
Insight and perception.
Rock, you at least feel like he feels remorse. What you sense in that statement is remorse. If that checks out. And as you look over the book, Tiras, the first thing you see is some kind of schematic diagram. It looks like a giant grid with a little tiny sphere in the middle of it, and it shows lines coming out from all sides of the sphere. And there's dwarven writing that you can't make out, but from the picture, it looks like he's trying to depict this small little item that he had in his hand when you guys first walked in, and a way to bind something inside of it, as well as unleash it. And there is one word written in common in the mix of all of it, and it's reintegration.
That sounds like a reasonable plan. Belse, do you think that we should run this by the commander before we proceed? It is possible he would prefer the creature simply destroyed.
I believe he would trust in the counsel of those he has given the task to, as well as his friend and wizened wizard companion.
Very well.
Do as you will, as I believe the three of the lot of you have a better grasp of such things than most of us.
Well, I believe if we can empower the Mythril Anvil, that would be a great boon to these people.
Whatever we can do to help. I think that is a good idea.
Is there anything we must prepare, Braylon, before we attempt this?
I would make sure you are fully rested. What lies inside is not only the fire elemental. Inside those caves live beasts you see, but native to these hot rocks.
The salamander folk.
Yes. They are not a invasive species. They do not invade or seek us out for trouble, but they are territorial, you see.
You don't understand. Are they with the Mythril Anvil? Or why are we going to run into them if we are simply going to the anvil and the forge?
These salamanders, they take up residence wherever there is a lack of life, you see. They may have claimed these places for their own at this point. It's been
Oh, I
several
see.
weeks since any of the dwarves have been back in the Mythril Forge.
Has anyone ever spoken with them?
We do not speak their tongue, unfortunately.
Well, I can at least understand them if I can't speak with them. We'll see what can be done. Is there a place where we can rest for the night?
There are several bunks here you may take residence in. I have a free bed available for the lady, should she want her privacy.
Motions toward solitude. I believe she's the one who would probably want that more than anyone.
Is it true?
Ah, there are two of you there.
Hooray.
I speak up from the
Waves
back.
at Lyran.
Lyran speaks up. There's three.
You must forgive me, the presence of three ladies. There is only males here in Skull Reef. It has been a long time since a lady has graced these lands.
Gives a deep bow, his nose almost scraping the floor.
It's in culture. Where do your women live? Never mind, that's probably not an appropriate question. I apologize. We'll settle in. Thank you for your time. I would like to stay with you for some time and discuss what you're working on, if that's all right. I'd love for you to show off your projects.
Absolutely.
He looks excited at the chance to share his notes and studies with a fellow intellectual.
So then this forged creature takes priority, does it? Twould seem.
Well, they'll say if we wish anything to be crafted for us, they'd need access to the anvil, so it needs to be taken care of one way or the other.
Oui, oui.
Yes?
Absolutely.
I wish there was some kind of a disguise I could wear to fool the creature, but I do not believe that will work.
We have some time before morning if you wish to scout ahead and, I don't know, learn about the salamander folk. I'm sure you could.
Perhaps I'll
Yeah.
introduce them to Firix.
Introduce, they'll say.
What?
Sorry, Rock.
Ah.
In the
Okay,
morning,
we'll
then.
sleep. Still
Rock will
hard.
take a seat on the couch and just kind of watch Tyrus and Draylen talk.
Multiple ritual casts of comprehend language to read over the notes here and there and just nerding out.
While you guys get settled to likely take a rest before you go face off a fire elemental, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break here.
Sound good?
Wonderful.
Can we hit the long rest button?
This is a good space to do so.
Hit that LR button.
Oh, thank God.
Long rest.
Okay, see you guys in a
If
second.
you have any ice magic, that would be great.
Oh, yes, I am a wizard level 3, so I can change a cantrip. That would be a good idea to do.
Yep. I'm just glad to finally be rid of my exhaustion as well.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
You had exhaustion?
No. I'm at my HP.
That makes more sense.
I like that. Okay, have it. I don't know if anyone's still around or not, but like, if you look at the dwarves, the soldiers, like lined up at the back, if you look at them from behind, it still kind of almost looks like if you gave them little eye slits, it would look exactly like they were from the front because their hair is so long and braided the same way in the back. I just keep looking at them thinking, boy, they're facing the wrong way. but they're not. I don't know.
Oh god. I can see that.
Yeah, I don't know because they look the same both ways. And it's just like, that's fun.
We are going. No, always keep.
Oh god, this map even has a latrine room. That's great.
Oh, what do I switch out so I can take up the elements?
I appreciate that Gan goes through all this detail trouble for us.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Anybody else have identify?
No.
I
Nope.
I thought one of us took it. I thought you took it.
It's an artificer spell. I'm trying to see what I can swap out of my artificer spells
You can prepare spells
for
every
the
day.
day. I know, and I'm trying to see what I swap out for the day.
I mean, I feel like you could probably swap out identify. It's not like we're really coming across anything that like is in dire need of being identified immediately. You know.
Wonderful. Well, with the artificer spells, I have to have it prepared in order to cast it as a ritual, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll swap that out for absorb elements,
Uh,
and I'm set.
oh, we were supposed to ask Gan about this weeks and weeks and weeks ago.
Uh, what?
Transcribing your artificer spells as wizard spells.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what's this now?
So because they're spells that you know technically, and identify is a wizard spell,
Right.
theoretically, if your DM allows it, you could transcribe any artificer spell you have prepared into your wizard spellbook if you are also a wizard.
Oh, and then like you would just know it.
Yeah, and then you would be able to cast it without having it prepared because it's a ritual and it's in your spellbook. Because wizards can do that.
Oh, that's a clever idea. Could you, in theory, do that with all your artificer spells? Wait, why do you have artificer spells?
Because she's an artificer.
Because I have a level in artificer.
Oh, I'll be honest. I genuinely don't think I knew that. Shit. Cool.
But so
Why
not all the artificer
wearing
spells are on the wizard
armor?
spell list. So theoretically, what you would do is you would each day prepare all the artificer spells that are wizard spells, and then spend the time to copy them down. And then the next day, you would prepare all the artificer spells that aren't wizard spells.
Oh, that's smart. So you have, that's a kind of a good way to get, I don't want to say free spells, but
A
kind of.
little bit more mileage out of it, yeah.
Assuming it's allowed anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting. I did not know that. That's cool. That's really smart. I kind of miss playing a wizard. They're fun.
It's fun to play a smart character. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. This is definitely a good setting to play a smart character, and that's for damn sure.
It can be a lot of bookkeeping. Ha ha ha.
Oh my god.
You know where the door is.
Yeah.
You know it's bad when that's the second time that joke is that saying has been used today.
That
Yikes.
checks out. That's us.
Yeah.
Making mac and cheese pie.
Ooh, yummy.
What?
I'm making mac and cheese bites. Got these frozen fried macaroni balls.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah. So I'm making some in the air fryer.
Nice. I was gonna cook meatballs before our session, but I unfortunately ran out of time, so I just ate a pepperoni wrap.
Pepperoni wraps are good. Don't sauce the pepperoni wrap.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. It's like one of my favorite. Like you put pepperoni in a wrap, you're good to go. Like It's one of my favorite
Like-
things to eat. What?
Like in a tortilla wrap?
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Yeah, like a wrap.
With what?
Pepperoni.
And
Pepperoni.
This sound like a hot pocket.
cheese?
I don't have any cheese.
Just pepperoni on a wrap.
Yep.
No sauce.
Nope.
No cheese.
Nope.
No nothing.
I thought you said
Nope.
just sauce the pepperoni wrap.
I said
Nope.
don't sauce the pepperoni wrap, but by
Well-
sauce I didn't mean like actual eating sauce. I meant like don't say bad things about the pepperoni wrap.
I have pepperoni. I have a wrap. I could throw it together in like a second to play our game and not be late. Yeah, I was going to make Swedish meatballs for dinner initially, but I ran out of time.
Sauce.
Yeah, who the fuck puts sauce on a pepperoni wrap? Nah, man, I don't like pizza. Get out of here.
I'm so confused.
It's kind of like a pizza if you put mozzarella cheese and pepperoni and tomato.
Yeah.
sauce in the
See,
wrap.
like that sounds good. That
Eh.
sounds good. Or like a
If I-
struggle meal calzone. That sounds great.
Yeah, if I had the time, I would have maybe done something like that. But I also don't have cheese or sauce, so I guess I couldn't have. But
I like struggle meal. I call those broke boys meals.
that's
Broke
why
boys
I,
meal.
that's why I threw pepperoni in a wrap. That was my broke boy meal because
Yep.
I can't really afford cheese right now.
Funny because my broke boy meal is a cheese sandwich.
Yep, that's the ultimate broke boy meal. A little toast and
people-
cheese.
Oh, yo, that's just dope. Toast and cheese, hell yeah.
I actually, you know what I should do next time? I should just put it in the air fryer. That sounds
Ooh.
amazing.
Oh, put it in the oven. What are you doing?
Air fryer makes everything better for some reason. Just air
That's
fry. Well, I don't know, maybe not better than an oven, but it's just awesome to have an air fryer because it's such a
I
versatile
live in New York.
tool.
My oven is pot storage. It's not for cooking. What are you talking about?
What? Why are you putting your pots in the oven? Get out of here.
Got an
I
air fryer.
All these pots that you don't use, so you have space for them.
Called the
I don't know.
closet. Put them away if you're not. You put them in a closet or something if you're not using them. I don't know.
No, I use them. I use them on the stove, but they're in the oven.
You're someone who put their important documents in the oven because in case of a fire, they figured, hey, that'll stay safe.
Yeah, if it keeps the
Live it.
fire in, it also should keep the fire out, right?
No.
Sure.
I once
That's
had
how that
No.
works.
a guy whose entire file structure was inside of his recycle bin. He's like, "Well, that's where I save all my important things." I was like, "You can't be serious, man! Like that, it says recycle bin."
Oh my god.
I know. I was not kidding. We deleted we emptied his recycle bin as a part of a disc cleanup, and it's pretty easy to get stuff back from the recycle bin, but not if you empty it. And yeah, it was fun. It was a good old restore. But yeah, don't save stuff in your recycle bin. Don't store documents in the oven. These are weird things.
Yeah, and don't. Yeah, never mind. I don't know.
You didn't have anything weirder than those two, unfortunately.
No, one of those rare instances where I was stumped on something really stupid to say.
Don't put the jelly in the peanut butter, man. You
Yo,
gotta keep
all
them
right.
separate.
You joke, but I hate peanut butter, so I'm with you on that.
Oh, you gotta keep them separate. Well,
How can you not like peanut butter? I understand if you're allergic, but how can you not like it?
It's really easy. Watch, I'm doing it right now.
Shut up.
Hey, sorry, I'm back. Sorry for the delay.
you're all
Yeah,
good.
you've missed nothing interesting.
Oh, Dan, while we have you and you're not currently DMing, weird question. If you know an artificer spell and you have a wizard spell book, can you copy the artificer spell into the spell book if it's a wizard spell?
I think you have to have at least one class to learn spells, or at least one level in that class to learn those kind of spells. But you're
If
talking
you
about,
are both a wizard and an artificer, hello, can you do that?
yeah, I would have to say yes.
Cool.
Should have clarified. That was my real question.
Can she do it?
Question is, can Tyrus do this? Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, yeah, you guys can feel free to make your way around the grounds. At this point, you've got open reign to the campus. You notice in some of the various rooms, if you walk into them, there's like a training ground, so to speak. A couple of practice dummies set up. A few practice swords and some practice shields. You also see what looks to be some sort of a crafting room where you see an interesting looking fellow if you open the door. Saying some kind of prayers to some beautiful wooden idol, and as you open the door, he would react shyly and stop his prayer and give you a quiet greeting, leaving the room immediately. Very introverted.
Weird.
Across some of the other rooms, you see a great a lounge room where there's a warm-looking fire and some comfortable-looking chairs. A few maps that lay out on an open podium of the surrounding areas.
Ooh, I'm gonna take a look at those. Any interesting information on giants or anything like that?
Well, there's one thing that stands out to you on one of the particular pages. It's just like a very detailed map of the surrounding area. And I think you're the map holder, are you not, Belse?
Yeah, sure.
This would, be a good opportunity to kind of make a much more detailed depiction of what is in the surrounding area on your map itself.
I'm ready.
Go ahead and let's see here. Since this would be survival skills, we'll see how much of the map you're able to transcribe onto your map.
Crap. All right. Oh! It was almost a 4, but it was an 18, so 17.
You get all of it. And what this reveals to you is the exact location of the Mythril Forge itself. Which you see is
Sweet.
surprisingly right here, smack dab on top of Skullreef Canyon, or Skullreef Keep.
So it's like it's literally like above us?
Well,
Or do you just mean like up a bit?
it's somewhere in the direct vicinity. From what it looks like on the map, as you kind of position yourself in the direction it's north facing, it would seem that Mythril Forge would be in these caves directly beyond Skull Reef.
Interesting. Okay. I will take note of that. Is there, just because thinking about it, are there any maps potentially more detailed of the Mournlands? Because that was originally that's our like main objective, is to get into the Mournlands, isn't it?
Yeah, main quest is definitely get to Mournlands and begin to find some of these crystal shards. But you think that the glowing chasm is where you're gonna need to seek out, which is deep in the Mournlands. Deep.
Oh yeah, it's up north. Okay, I just didn't know if there was anything of note that they might have knowledge of or something, but okay.
You look through the rest of the pages of the maps, and you do see there is a couple of maps that include Mythril, the city from Sire that once was, but the maps, unfortunately, are old and represent what was, not what is.
Okay.
For this reason, you can see that they have kind of like markings on the map detailing this, basically voiding their validity.
Interesting. Okay, that's good to know, actually. Well, I will head back to the party and relay the information about the Mythril Forge and the caves that I found.
I want to say that everything you just learned from that room has also since been transcribed onto your map that you carry with you, which is obviously just the key pieces of information where the Mythril Forge is actually located, smack dab right on Skull Reef Keep.
Perfect. That'll be good. That'll be good information to have, just in case. Do. Anybody else doing anything?
Yours is happy.
Oh yeah, you're comparing notes with Wizard Fella.
She made a nerd friend. She's good.
I feel like
Love
I haven't heard John at all tonight. What are you up to over there, John?
I'm just chilling. I'm kind of like just enjoying the show right now.
Him and Brian have been muted all day.
Yeah, I know. My phone is low, so I've kind of all good. We're good.
What's wrong?
I'm just watching and waiting for a fight.
It's the quiet ones you gotta worry about.
They're the ones that'll blow you up when you least expect it. I'm gonna go find Lyra, if she's around.
Yeah. I just put my character token kind of in the hallway, but which is there an area here that would represent the quarters that they were gonna give us?
Yes, you guys did ask that initially. So there's these various bunk rooms over here are like general quarters. You wouldn't want to stay in there because most of the soldiers and craftsmen stay in there. They've supplied you with 2 guest rooms essentially over here with
Okay.
what they
So
feel would be reasonable accommodations for.
she'd probably be close to that area.
Okay. Belsa'd like to approach her.
You do
Yeah.
notice a distinct smell as you get to your room, and you see that the commode is right outside of your door.
Oh no.
Ha ha ha.
Belsa just kind of pinches his nose and leaves it as such.
I like the Princess Bride reference, by the way. Can you highlight over them?
Latrine? I didn't see that before. That's great.
Some
That's
things
awesome.
I didn't put that there, but some things I just refuse to delete. I usually try and delete all the labels off stuff because then you get like labels everywhere. But that I was like, nope.
Oh God.
Anyway,
Belsa will approach and he'll kind of casually just so, Lyra, how are you doing? I haven't spoken to you in a while. And I apologize if I sound weird. I'm currently pinching my nose. Oh God, that's really hard to do. I'm not going to keep doing that.
no, you haven't, but we've been busy. I have a feeling that this whole trip is going to end up being quite busy. But I'm well. I'm well. So if we do manage to find some more challenges, that would be best. Are you holding up all right?
I'm okay. I find myself Well, for being honest, I find myself slipping, and it's been really hard trying to keep it up as you know. So,
Usually you get more of a reprieve from others than we've been in close quarters for quite some time.
you're not wrong. It has been exhausting, honestly. But I'm doing my best, trying to keep up the good fight, as my dad says. But it's been tiring. But I wanted to check in while we had a moment and just make sure you were okay.
Well, I feel some of the others are standoffish. I'm not sure why.
I don't know. I'll be honest.
Especially Terrace. She seems. At first, thought she was just emotionless, but she seems almost afraid. I can't imagine why. It's so odd.
I think she is just perhaps a little too intelligent for us. Maybe that's why. Ignorance scares her. I don't know, but I'm trying to get on her good side, I suppose. It is hard, but hopefully she will open up in time. Rock, on the other hand, seems quite open enough. The foil to Tyrus, if you will.
I think we might have a fairly reliable group here, but do be cautious. Be on guard anyway.
I could say the same to you, but I know you always are.
I always am, yes. And she'll smile and put a hand on Belse's shoulder.
He'll pat
We'll
her
get through
hand.
this.
What was that, sorry?
We'll get through this. We always do.
Absolutely. I trust that they're strong. They seem to hold up themselves well in combat, so I think we are in good company. I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, I'm fine. You're the one who got blown up by explosives and attacked from all angles.
That's yes, that did happen, didn't it? She blew me up. Yep. I didn't think that would happen again in my lifetime, but apparently I was wrong.
It was only one other time. It's fine. Well,
Well,
twice. I don't know if the other one counts. Anyway,
eh. But I'm glad you're okay. I just wanted to check in,
thank you.
of course. Be careful. I believe we have some strong opponents up ahead.
We must maintain vigilance and keep up our fronts. But I think if this fight goes well, the reward will definitely be a payoff.
Absolutely. It sounds fantastic, honestly. We'll see.
Indeed. Get closer to those if you can. I shall do the same.
I will.
Learn more about who these people are that we are with. Exactly.
Orochi seems to be presenting an elusive front, to say the least.
Can't
Going to have to
pin
work on
on
that.
him or Solitude that much. Solitude puts up a front, as if she is just here to show off her looks, but there's much more to her. I can see it.
I will leave Solitude to you. She makes me uncomfortable. I can't put my finger on it, but Orochi, I think I can talk to him.
Let's do it then.
Right. But I
Hide
really
and
need to
conquer.
sleep. Absolutely. But
Yes, you took
I
quite the
must
beating.
sleep. Yes. It's been a long day. All right. Good night.
Good night, Pathé. Sleep well.
You too. And I will head, I guess, to a different room. I don't know. This one.
And Laren will also retreat to the room.
Probably pass the fuck out because I'm sure Belsay is exhausted.
And with what it seems like the remainder of the party taking rest. Pause for a moment here as you guys take your long rests, and as you awake, there's a smell of a delicious chili floating through the room, and it's the only thing that could possibly stop the stench of the commode from across the way. But you smell this some kind of a meat-based chili. You can
I
smell.
imagine it's also causing the smell from across the way.
It may be contributing to the smell from across the way, but it's definitely a welcome smell to folks who've been on the road and surviving basically off of road rations and campground foods. This is a place with a fully equipped kitchen and a cook who happens to be quite renowned for this chili.
Ooh.
Comes served to you with a fried egg sitting right on top of it. And
Oh my god.
the yolk of this egg is so golden orange, it almost looks fake as you are handed a bowl by a dwarf. And he walks promptly out of the room, allowing you all to sit in peace and eat your breakfast.
Sounds so yummy, I'll be honest. Could go for an egg right now. Hot damn.
As you tuck in and take your fill of your breakfast, or pick around at it if that sounds like not your cup of tea, chili and egg. I don't know, I might try it.
I'd try it.
I'd pretty much try anything though, so. You feel restored, and you head in the direction of Draylin to ask him whereabouts may you find the entrance to this particular Mythril Forge, unless someone with a very detailed map would like to make in that matter.
Absolutely.
I won't rob
Well,
you of that.
I mean, if we're gathered around for breakfast, Belsay will, towards the end, pull out his map and start to give some detailed commentary on perhaps potentially where they need to go, and point out all the different caverns that may lay ahead, so we have an idea of what could potentially be lying in wait if things have taken up residence there that weren't there before.
These details also reveal at the end of a relatively short cavern or path through a cavern that there is a stone awning or structure. You'll be able to walk out, and there a great platform. You also saw schematics of the Mythril Forge itself. The Mythril Forge, or the Mythril Anvil itself, sits atop a great pentagon-shaped platform, and everything in the forge itself was carved out of the mountain. All of the beautiful stone structures that you'll see inside.
Interesting. And this creature is meant to be trapped within just this room, or like is there a like a a forging construct of some kind that like it's stuck inside of, kind of like how on the, I don't know, how do you ping it again? Is it F? L-E-G.
Unfortunately, it's unbound and not really trapped at all. It wants to stay where it is because it's drawn to the anvil.
Okay. I didn't know
But
if it was like stuck inside of like a little, like one of these things or something, you know? That was it, sorry.
you're all good. Also, Belse, on your map, where you saw, basically the location of the Mythril Forge, you saw something else, internal schematics of the the keep, and you saw that there was a secret hallway right next to Draylen's room. And on the schematics of the map you had, it was blocked off. It showed that there was a solid wall, but the hallway led back to what looked to be depicted as some sort of a cave opening. And beyond it was the markings of where you saw the Mythril Forge was located on the map. So, looking at the two together, you surmised this may be some sort of secret path to the Mythril Forge.
It seems like it would be a shorter path potentially.
Most certainly.
Well, if anybody has any protestations, I believe this potentially secret path might be our best answer. What say you, my friends? He, as he munches on an egg or beans or whatever.
A rich, savory beef mixture with
Mm.
Adrian's
robust
trying to talk, but we can't hear
chilies.
her.
It might also be advantageous if the salamander folk are not aware of that entrance. Or the elemental.
Let's see what we are about then.
Unfortunately, your map gives no indication to whether this would be a more safe or less safe path in respect of the salamanders or the elemental for that matter.
Certainly.
Hmm.
Not to be a Debbie
get-
Downer.
Well, I guess it would depend. Would we rather take the unknown shortcut or the known path that is almost guaranteed to have danger?
I
I
think we proceed. They'll say.
no, I was just going to say I am limited in such things. That's it.
Hmm.
What were you to say, Tiris?
Um, and she has this kind of befuddled look on her face, like she's trying to figure out this whole exchange. And then she looks at Rock and she doesn't say anything.
Rock pats her on the shoulder, and he looks at Lyra, I would hear your thoughts, Lyra Nathaniel.
You just call me Lyran, it's fine.
Lyran, then.
Why is it that you wish for my input? You seem like you've already come across your own insight on this. Not that I'm not
Oh,
willing
yeah.
to give, I just am curious.
Call it a hunch.
Personally, I think anything that could be less known would be favorable. Any path less traveled.
What about you,
As I go,
Orochi? You have subtle ways. Perhaps you would know, or at least have knowledge of such things, if you would be so inclined as to share.
My guess is as good as yours. I would think the shorter, more unconventional route might benefit us. If we know for certain one path leads to danger, there's at least a chance we could have an easier run in a place more uncertain.
Could we, perhaps, benefit from your slithering friends in scouting for us, quietly? Is that something you could do?
Huh. I must admit, my scouting skills pale in comparison to Tyrus. He looks at Tyrus. Her means are almost undetectable.
Not many people think to look for spiders, or if they see one, they don't think anything of it.
Exactly.
Uh,
And what if you were to work in conjunction with each other? Perhaps.
Well, you're right. Cover more ground. Even better.
of course.
Just a thought.
No, that is a good idea. I can
Well,
work with you, Orochi.
yes, just call on me when you're ready to head out. I'll be ready indeed.
Solitude? Have you
Are we?
perhaps have you perhaps any commentary or potential aid to throw our way?
Hmm. I can do a lot of scouting when we approach. I can travel invisible. Perhaps give aid that way. Hmm?
That would be most fantastic.
Yes, I am at your disposal. Happy to assist. Are we certain this is a fire elemental?
Quite certain, yes.
Okay. Hmm.
Do you have reason to think otherwise?
Oh, no, no. It sounded like it, but I did not know if we added the confirmation.
I spent a good deal with its creator last evening.
Well, I am ready whenever you are, and I do have the cold magic.
Fantastic. That would be most useful. Thank you, Solitude.
Je vous en prie.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I am ready to go. If all of you are, I'm quite full. This stew was delicious.
You immediately feel a bubble in your stomach.
Right. Let's go.
That was well done.
Do you need to go across the hallway first before we set out?
I'm gonna take a dwarvish tums real quick.
Oh god.
That's
Just gonna
hilarious.
pop 3 of those bad boys real quick. I'll be good to go.
That's wise. That's wise.
As everyone else is leaving, Rock will pull Lyran to the side. Not like roughly or anything, just sort of a
Is it?
hang back and talk to me for a minute sort of thing.
Now is not the time. We need to be going.
We do indeed need to be going.
Very well. I'm glad we
I-
agreed.
I
And she will
wonder-
continue to try and walk off.
Hold, if you would.
For what reason?
I am curious. You seem to prefer the path less trodden. I wonder why.
Same reason that everyone else did. It's common sense.
I wonder.
Now, if we are done here, we best get going.
He will watch her leave and narrow his eyes and continue on behind her.
At some point, as we are moving along as well, Tyrus will kind of hang back a little and cast a message to Rothkaran. Was Belsay mocking me this morning? What was that about?
I'm not sure. You're better with people than I am, even. So if you don't know, I'm certain I don't.
Oh my
Right.
god. I didn't
And
realize
on we go?
I didn't realize both of you guys were so bad at people.
I mean, I have 9 charisma, sir.
Yeah, yikes. Ouch. I love that.
So, I am not catching on anything anytime soon. I'm just watching everybody.
Belsey just over here trying to make everybody fucking happy. Oh god. So I guess so did we decide on going to the secret pathway?
Yes, it seems
Sure.
so.
Okay. We head that way.
As they go, Rock will message Chirrus. Be careful what you reveal to Laren about your research.
Why?
She seems secretive and questionable.
Obviously.
Who knows what she may take, or who she may take it to.
As you say, Reptile.
Mr. Dungeon Master.
My bad. I'm doing some background DM in here. some. All right.
Sorry.
You're all right. You're all good. As you guys head over back to the area where you think that secret passageway is that what I heard? You're planning on the shorter path, or?
We think
Yes.
so.
Okay. So you
We want to die faster.
the path
Oh, absolutely.
quickest to victory, perhaps even. You head back towards Draylen's room because that's where that wall or hallway that you think is located. The schematics told you that it was just outside of his room. As you stand in front of it, Belsay, you basically you knock on that wall, patting on it like, well, I don't want to roleplay for you, but you indicate that this is the wall, to your party members.
Yeah, I'll knock on it. Go full Hagrid at the first time going into Diagon Alley or whatever. tapping on the specific bricks or whatever.
As you tap several stones, the bricks begin to shift. I won't do that. Draylen walks out, seeing that you've, kind of gathered up outside of his room.
Ah, Keen. How did you discover it? What gave it away?
Ah, well, it was this small crevice right here, and he'll point towards the closest looking crevice he can find. You see, it indicated a secret passage. And he's totally lying. He's completely bullshitting.
Roll deception.
Yeah. 23.
Oh, jeez.
He looks down. He looks down at this, kind of like I want to say like a person in a auto shop talking to a mechanic who has no idea about cars and just like getting just worked over.
Yes, if you look right here, it indicated a pattern of arcane nature that implied secret. And I thought, what other secret for a dwarf than a passage?
Curious arcane. I had no detection of this. Well, I suppose, to each his own. I feel rather silly.
He scratches at the bottom of his little chin, and he looks at you and says, "Very well then." And with a wave of his hand, the wall simply begins to recede. I shouldn't say to recede. It shifts to its right, sliding into the solid wall just to the right of it, almost just disappearing from sight completely. Or for those of you that can see into this room, going into this other room. From your perspective, it
Which room?
vanishes.
You will be accompanying us so that you can reintegrate it. Yes.
Well, I didn't
Yes.
pack my things.
As he tries to like slip back slowly into his room, closing the door.
I will assist you. Let us prepare you together.
Roxaran takes him by the arm gently but
Very
firmly.
well.
You drag him inside the pathway, and he regretfully begins to walk towards the mouth of the cave. He turns around as he reaches its entrance and says to you all,
I feel I must warn you. You look to be powerful warriors, all of you, yes, but elemental is extremely powerful, extremely volatile. This may be the end for some of you. Are you okay with that?
He looks
I
directly
have
at
no
you, Belsa.
plans, I say. Oh god.
He looks directly at me.
I'm just kidding with you.
Oh. I do not fear death. I only fear pain for those I try to protect.
May your bravery suit you well.
He turns around and walks into the darkness. And as he does so, a flicker of light appears in front of you as the static, brilliant blue electricity appears in both of his hands as he leads you like a torch down this tunnel. And I'll change our maps out here.
Sick. Yeah, secret passage.
Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty
I'm not
awesome.
gonna lie, the only reason I initially went into the map room was because I saw the pelt on the ground and I'm like, oh, that's pretty.
I was hoping that someone would pick up by me narrating what was randomly in those rooms, even though no one was walking into them. That someone would be like, maybe I should go look in those rooms.
Wow, this
It's
is cool.
there's all sorts of good stuff in there.
Well, as you guys come out of this cavern after a short, brisk walk, you see that it leads to a tunnel. And at the end of the tunnel, there's a rather large portcullis door that's lying open at the moment.
Orochi, I believe this is where you and I come in.
Right. I'll be there shortly. Where's my menu?
He's hiding in there.
Where is? Oh. Okay. Yeah, so he'll kind of hiss towards his cloak again, and he'll ask the snake if he can scout down the route that we want to take, or go like as far as he's comfortable. Like I don't want him to get hurt or anything.
Sure. So you basically just want him to scout ahead. You want him to scout up towards that large platform ahead, or
Yeah. Yep.
got it.
And we're gonna have Spider go in the opposite direction. Cover more ground.
All right. Spider's gonna head um, this way.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the first thing Spider comes to is a obstruction in his path, and as he rests atop it, he kind of stands perplexed, wondering what to do, feeling the heat exuding off of the lava pool that seemingly flows in a very strange opposite direction that it should. The first thing all of you notice is that the lava is moving up towards the large pentagon-shaped platform.
It's slow.
Okay.
Oh.
It's slowly.
So this is
Ooh.
a water rise instead of a waterfall.
A very, very, very
Or
strange
lava.
water rise. A lava rise, exactly. Yeah, the lava is just literally floating in midair, where you see it creeping up that wall and falling into a large circular metal pit that is just completely red hot. And it looks like the hottest place in the entire room. You also see just past it, shining brilliantly, almost like blinding you a little bit from the distance. It would be like the same effect that you'd get looking at some headlights in your rear view. You see this brilliant, beautiful Mythril anvil sitting in the center of the Pentagon platform.
Is that you, buddy? I'm kidding.
And
We'll have Spider go around and take a bridge and then go the other direction.
Spider finds a path and makes it up the stairs, tracks all the way over, and relatively uneventful in this corner area. Not seeing
Okay.
much out of the ordinary. Snake heads in this direction, slithering its way up, finding it can make its way up this wall, and as it gets to the top of the platform, it confirms the Mythril anvil is indeed here and right in the center of this large platform. It also conveys what I have about the lava moving in a strange direction, as it sees that as an oddity as well. Other than that, this place is an echo chamber.
Is that guy actually there?
Mm.
It seems like it's completely dormant. No sign of a fire elemental anywhere.
Does anybody have? I know I asked this over the week, but I forgot if anybody does. Does anybody have detect magic?
Well, I have that today.
Someone's got something similar to it.
I was gonna say I've got detect. I got the what the hell is it called? The thing, divine sense. Can do that.
Does that detect elementals?
Celestial fiend, undead, as well as good and evil. So if it's evil or good, or any of those three things, then maybe.
I
I'm gonna.
do have the ability to do that today.
Ooh.
As well.
So do we both want to do that? Just
Mine will not reach as far. If we're ready to walk around, then I can.
yeah.
What's the artificer kind of wizardy guy? What's his name?
Draylen.
Aelin?
Draylen.
Draylin.
Yep.
Sorry.
You alright?
Draylin, where has your beast gone off to? I thought it was as a dragon sitting upon its hoard.
He'll be hiding here. They love the heat. We must find the hottest area in the room. I am certain he'll be there. If you have any magical detection spells, now would be the time to use them, though.
Mm-hmm.
Let us find the hottest point first.
I will go ahead and if we have a few moments, I can save a little bit of magic and I'll start ritually casting detect magic.
And I'll throw out a divine sense, which covers the whole map. Just if that pings anything preemptively.
If I know we're gonna fight, I'm gonna use false life right now. We might as well.
Yep, and I'm thinking, I'm going to go ahead and cast Mage Armor on myself.
Yeah, divine sense covers this whole map. Luckily, just so.
When you cast Divine Sense, you get the tingling sensation that something is watching you. You know that something evil is lurking nearby.
They'll say, "Well, oh, sorry."
You're not certain for sure if it's the elemental, but everything in your inner core is telling you that this is evil.
Okay, I'll relay that information, especially to Tiras, who is detecting magic at the moment.
Mine would only go out yay far. Let us head in that direction then.
Okay. Did your detect magic ping?
It would only go out 30 feet, so does it ping anything?
Unfortunately, you do not detect anything. Your senses really don't tingle at all. You can detect the magic in this cave, the magic that makes the gears turn, and whatever it is that makes the lava flow in that way. But it's not any evil magic by any means. It would be neutral, if anything.
Well, Beltay, I suppose, will lead on. My detection lasts for several minutes.
All right. Belsay will slowly move down these permeable steps.
It would have been really useful to be able to bring Firex here.
Yeah. And slowly lead the way towards the forge, knowing we're being watched. He's got his shield and sword out.
So, detect magic remains up for 10 minutes, and it would ping if I pass within 30 feet of anything.
As you step out to right about there, Tyrus, let me pose a question to someone else in the group real quick. Solitude, are you out of the tunnel yet?
Yes, sorry.
You're all right. I just wanted to make sure as you guys come all the way out of the tunnel and start to make your way into the forge itself. And Tyrus, as you step right to about where you were, you sense something flying to the right of you. I'm sorry, flying to the left of you, and it's coming from the lava pool. It's coming towards you guys. It's staying within the lava pool itself. Closer, closer, closer. Now it's literally lateral with you, right 90-degree angle to you. And it flies past you, and you sense that this is evil. This is some sort of dark, dark magical presence. And
Iris will use her dancing lights cantrip to put out 4 little motes of light and move them along with the magic that she's sensing and point that out to the group.
almost like a tracker, it follows this magical entity that's now flowing through the lava pools, and you can see the lava physically moving from whatever it is, burrowing underneath its depths. And I want you to just kind of follow these arrows as I draw them out. It heads in this direction, and it's going in a much faster momentum than I can do this, unfortunately. But it flies,
Right.
staying in the tunnel. And as it gets to right about here, a fireball, about 1.5 feet wide, just springs out of the lava pool, and it flies upward, and it strikes the portcullis, closing it immediately. You see the portcullis metal glow with that red-hot gleam that metal gets when it's been in fire for too long.
The portcullis of the way that we came in?
Yep.
Or the other side? Okay.
And the gate is, at the moment, completely closed to you.
Do I see mostly where this came from?
You track back in the direction of where this fireball came from, and you see rising out of the depths of
Oh, okay.
this massive metal cylinder, so to speak, that is just pooling with lava. Come several flame-like tendrils at first. First, it looks like a gigantic hand reaching out of the flames. And the hand looks like it's made of fire. It's terrifying to behold. And it's the size of probably like the torso of a horse. As it reaches out, you see it's a manacled hand. And the hand
Really?
has this, spiked metal manacle on it, and then a wrist, and then an arm, and then an elbow. and then a torso begins to form out of this magic beast of a flame. And as it grows into what looks to be shaped like the torso of of a man, so to speak, a chest, 2 arms, a head, but its legs dissolve into just a wisp of flame and smoke, almost like kind of like a genie, so to speak. And I'll give you guys a visual here, as I think I've over-described it.
Oh, Draylon, what have you done?
Oh.
And it is not a conventional looking fire elemental. You see that it is, has, physical uh, uh, accessories on it that maybe Draylon perhaps used to try and bond it at some point, although that didn't seem to work as it floats freely in the air, rising out of the lava pit slowly. And you could see that it is relishing in the heat and warmth of its environment.
Spread out.
Yeah.
That does seem wise.
Oh, he's
Does it immediately seem hostile?
You sense this to be the presence that you detected.
Okay.
The evil, malevolent presence.
Right. I'm gonna
At the moment, it just surveys you as you begin to fan out.
Already? Asking the group. She shouts out to the team.
Draylon, you can't bring this thing under control?
He is beyond my magics at this point. I fear there is only one path. We must weaken him as much as possible, then reintegrate.
Let it be done.
At him!
And with a crackle of light, Draylon launches a bolt of lightning at the elemental.
You didn't have any ice? Draylon!
Oh gosh.
Draylon has to be stupid when it comes to combat, of course.
On 3, Tyrus!
Indeed.
I
And
would
she'll be ready to cast a second level ice knife.
like to cast Bless on Solitude, Belce, and myself.
Rock will be ready to cast a Ray of Frost.
I'm gonna throw a javelin at it. At the big thing. If you'll let me, that is.
Seeing you have to javelin. Do you want to be up there, Belce?
Yes, I do. That's all I'm good for. And
The elemental
I don't know.
awaits your action, so absolutely, you guys can all take a sort of a free action before we roll for initiative here.
Here we go.
Ray of Frost. Cool.
Ice knife.
Okay, the weird distance tracker thing has issues.
oh no, more math.
Ray of Frost and Ice Knife are both
there you go.
hitting, just for your guys' reference.
Yikes.
Let's see.
I'll say add a D4 to that.
Ooh, great. I don't remember. Did we ever figure out a way to do that? Other than
No,
just rolling it?
Not your initiative to your attack roll.
Right.
because you're blessed.
Okay, so that would have been an 18. To hit.
That will hit as well.
Alright.
So that's let's see, 12 from your Ray of Frost, and what was the damage from your Ice Knife, dears? Oh, I see. 7, 13, 20.
Right. The second part would be halved if it passes a dex save.
Either way, it's gonna remain because it's cold damage. So either it's double or it's what it is.
Oh, cool.
Let's see here, and it's dex, right?
It is dex. The 9 is just piercing damage, and then the 11 is cold.
Oh, he rolled a 21, so he passes. So I'll take the 7 piercing and got it. Cold. Okie
I'm just gonna shoot Eldritch Blast, and I think I got a 26 on it.
that will also hit.
Nice.
I wish it didn't. 3 damage. It's embarrassing.
Hey, it's better than nothing.
And I think I got 8 damage. Trying to see where it showed. Where is it in the? Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yep.
got
8,
11.
5, 8. Yeah, I did 8. Oh shit! I should have hexed it. Damn it. Oh well, do it next time.
Yeah.
There's a bonus round, so you can't use a bonus
Oh, okay.
action.
All right.
Yeah.
I wanted everybody to get the at least one shot in, as obviously we're probably not going to be able to make it through combat tonight. But what we can do here is, after John is done with his thing there, I'll have you guys roll exclamation or type exclamation INIT space join. You guys sure remember
In
this.
it join?
Init join.
Hey, that's a really good initiative roll.
Heck yeah, it is. Dirty 20.
Wow. I'm not feeling as good about it after seeing a 22 to 24. Holy crap, Tyrus with a plus. Oh, right, because Chrono Wizard.
I'm shenanigans.
Yeah. Oh, I missed that. It's so good. I love
Oh,
it.
beats me.
Shenanigans.
Oh, I have a 6. That's sadness.
Yikes. Oh,
Hey, he
man.
rolled lower than you.
So he's last. Haha, loser.
First to last. First to last. Alright, with that, looks like our turn order be Tears, Solitude, Belse, Orochi, Rock, Lyrin, and the Fire Elemental.
Why is it saying I have 37 HP? It's so weird.
I don't know, you can ignore his too, because that is also inaccurate. I don't pay attention to the average HPs, just so you guys know, so you don't have to worry about any of that. I just use it literally just for turn tracking.
Okay.
With that, I'll leave this decision up to you guys. Do you guys want to roll through one round of combat at least, so we can, get a little bit of combat in there, or do you want to save this battle for our next session?
See what we can do with a round. I think if everybody's available.
Down for a round.
Let's do it.
Well, with that being said,
Yep.
it is Tyrus' turn.
Tyrus is going to cast the Vortex Warp. And we're going to put Belse. I'm going to move you. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, great. No, I'm not. You're not.
Right
I'm
there.
not.
There you go.
Perfect. I am not complaining.
And that is what she will do.
Could you put him on the other side?
Put him on the side where there's stairs. That way he can run away if he has to.
Run
Oh,
away.
I was gonna try and get up that side real quick.
Vortex Warp is such a cool spell.
That's really awesome.
It really is.
Hey, that's all.
What is that in? Is that in Fizzban or something?
Strixhaven.
Okay. I've not heard of it, so I love it.
Basically, just
that-
dimension dooring your friend.
Who's next?
Solitude.
All right, Solitude. She will fire another Eldritch Blast. Oh, Hex.
Cast the
Hex. Hex. Cast Hex.
Oh.
Here comes Hex. Bloop. I will Hex Strength.
Hey, fun fact, if you guys hold down the Alt button on your keyboard, it'll show you the different, it'll show you the map if you
So I
scroll
think
over different parts of it.
13 points of damage.
Is that
You
with
factor
is
in the
that
hex?
is that with the extra d6 too? The
Yeah,
necro-
I rolled Hex earlier, so yeah.
Got it. All right. And he's hexed on strength. Got it.
Yep.
Cool. Just note that here because I will not remember that for next session.
Wow, that map looks so cool. It looks cool in 3D. It also looks cool in not 3D. Have you guys tried this? Have you guys held down the Alt button to look at the map?
Yeah, I tried that. It's pretty cool.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Pretty cool.
just the 2D map.
Yeah, that's sick.
That's literally just the 2D image underneath the map.
Huh.
So
That's
that's
kinda
that's basically what the floor structure is. It's all just one big square, but I added the lava and a bunch of other stuff to make it
I
look
love it.
more lava-ish.
Oh, it looks great.
All right. So that's Solitude. Is that the end of your turn there?
Yep.
All right. I have cap lock stuck for some reason. And Belse.
All right.
As you
So I'm
just
gonna
get warped right next to the fire elemental.
right. Okay. Let's go. I'm gonna move a little closer because I think I have to. Oh shit! Wrong button.
The tornado-like winds just whip around you as you appear out of nowhere, or appear from somewhere recent or close proximity to where you just were.
I am going to attack it. I'm going to swing my sword. Yikes! It's an 11 to hit.
Is
Plus a
that-
D4.
Oh, plus a D4.
Get your bless on.
Oh, thank God.
You are blessed, my child.
For a 14.
A 14 will hit.
Hey! Fuck yeah for blows.
Yeah, bless is gonna help you out here.
Hashtag blows.
Now is this
Ooh.
piercing damage or slashing damage?
This is magical slashing
Got it.
for what it's worth because it's a magical sword.
It is worth a lot.
Yes, that is 14, and then I'm gonna bump a smite into that. That's what, 2d8? Blammo. Wow, fucking awful. 3 smite damage.
Sad days.
That sucked. Oh my god. Can I get that back? I want to. God, awful. Anyway, that's well, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm going to skirt around to the other side of him here. Right there. And that's my turn.
Just realized there was a random hobgoblin chieftain just chilling in this map. Pay no mind to him.
Yeah, I was asking about that.
No,
Yeah,
you
I was
weren't.
wondering about that.
You didn't see him at all.
No, of course not.
Figment of your imagination. You've been hanging out with Draylin too much and drinking his weird teas.
Oh God, not his weird teas.
Not the weird tea.
Anyway,
So this map is inch for foot, right?
This map I actually have scaled to be 1.5 inch per 5 feet, which is very, very difficult to math. So let's just make it one per 5 for everybody's sanity.
1 per 5.
So every inch is 5 feet. So just think of
Oh, great.
squares as inches.
Okay, so you can move 6 inches on your turn. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, good.
It's going to take me a long time to get anywhere.
That was there then, I think. Or wait.
I feel like these squares are like at least 1.5 inches. Let's scale it to
Squares
2.
are an inch and a half.
Yeah, let's scale it to 2 inches, or if that makes sense.
Per
So
5?
yeah, you can move 12 inches per turn.
Okay. So then I think this made me close enough, right? Where I'm at right now?
Yeah, you're within range.
Okay, just making sure.
You can hit something.
What is the
There we go.
It's a big old
what is
target.
the measuring tool?
Tab
tab.
F4 or tab, either one will do it for you. F4 you just gotta switch back to F1 after you're done.
And you said, oh, I gotta switch this to inches.
Yeah. If you're not on inches, you gotta go over to the tool in the top left corner and make sure it says inch in the first little widget.
Tool in the top left corner.
It should be the 4th button down. It'll say line, and then when you click on it, it'll open up 4 little buttons. The first button, you just click it till it says inch. It'll either say CM or grid. Just click it till it says inch.
That worked.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna follow suit with Solitude. I'm gonna hex him, and then I'm going to Eldritch Blast. So let's see if this works. And that's my turn. I missed. But I'm going to. I'll get a little closer. And that is going to be my turn.
Which stat do you choose for the hex?
Oh, yes. Dex.
Hex dex.
Yep, strength and dex just effed for the remainder of combat. All right. And not an entire miss there. And Rock.
Rock's going to cast a Ray of Frost at it from where he's standing. $18 hit.
Oh yeah. It's rather chilly.
Or 6 frost.
Total 12.
And then I will move up to get on the staircase.
Get it.
And as my bonus action, I will teleport up to the platform.
Kick ass.
Cold as ice.
It's not the coolest teleport you've ever performed, but you set the bar pretty high with that one.
Yeah, that was a solid one. But yeah, that I'll have resistance to all damage until my next turn, and that is me.
Dope. All right, let's see here. I believe it is Lyra's turn.
I measured this correctly. I'm gonna move out from behind here. Yeah, so I have to move up a little bit closer. About there. And once again, I'm going to summon my spiritual weapon. Right by it. And make an attack. And because I am a nerd, I actually had someone draw this, so once again the dagger starts to pour out of like a slice in the wall, and these white vines grow over it until it becomes a white staff with a black stone instead. And let's see if I can actually hit with it.
Fuck it up.
18 to hit.
Oh yeah. The overdescribed did not do anything because your weapon is just
Yes.
that badass.
We see the art?
I am posting it in game chat.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that
Oh,
is
There we go.
sick.
that's real
dope.
cool.
I love the black and white aesthetic.
And then for my action, I am just going to do a mind sliver on it. So it needs to make a save. Intelligence save 16.
All right, intelligence is not its strong suit, from what I recall. Nope, it's not. It's -2 modifier. So let's see here. That's the
It
ticket.
dies.
Still rolled like a son of a gun, though. A natural 19 for a total of 17.
And then I move back behind these little steps here, and that's it.
The flame elemental kind of cranes its body, the flames that make it up whipping around, licking at each other, and you see him look down in the direction of Belse, and just this guttural, deep voice says from the pit of this fire elemental's core,
You will burn in my flame.
and he
Shit.
reaches out with his tendril-like fingers and wraps them around you, Belse, and squeezes.
Okay. What's this motherfucker doing?
All to be revealed shortly here. He reaches out and touches you, and I'm not going to sing this song, but it's a 9 to hit, which is a miss.
yeah, that's a super miss.
And as the flames begin to wrap around you, go ahead and react to it. You're going to escape, so describe how you do so.
Seeing this thing reach out for me, he'll, nothing fancy. He's going to swipe at it with his sword, and he's going to kind of position his back foot as a brace, and he's going to have his shield in front of him, and he's going to swipe at it with his sword to kind of knock its clawing flame fingers out of the way.
You do
And he's
just
going
that.
to glare at it.
Deflecting the fingers away from you, it retracts its grasp around you, and almost like it burned its hand, so to speak. Pulls away, and with that, it'll be top of round 2 next time we play.
Oh shit! I don't want to stop.
This is a very strange place to have to stop, but he's got a lot of hit points, so we're gonna have to stop.
It is late.
Yeah, it is late. I got work tomorrow.
And it'll be a full battle at that point still, because he's in pretty good shape at this point.
Are we all here this coming Thursday?
I know I will be.
I
Ye-
should be.
I will.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only Thursday I should have to miss would be the one after Christmas.
The 29th.
Yep.
Gotcha. And we're
Yep.
thinking we possibly may do 27th that week, pending.
Potentially, yeah.
I might be able to play. It depends on how good traffic is and whether we get to Delaware in time. So like I wouldn't count on me though.
Oh yeah, no pressure at all in terms of that day. I was just saying in terms of a rescheduled day. I think we said something about possibly rescheduling. We'll talk about it later. It's 2 weeks out. Not a big deal.
Yeah. So definitely Malcolm will be there, no matter what. Okay.
Oh yeah, for
Malcolm
sure.
has committed 4 weeks in a row without fail.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Every
Oh yeah.
every time.
Well, awesome. This
That's
was
what I heard.
this was a much needed from the desert that was no D&D for several weeks there without you guys. So
Yeah, seriously.
an awesome
And especially
session.
after last week where 80% of my sessions got canceled.
Oh, that stinks.
Yeah, I needed this. And there's gonna be more to come, there is. We're gonna have such a good time. It's gonna be
Looking
great.
forward to it.
Right. It's gonna be fucking great. Let's go. Anyway.
All right, boys and girls. I gotta go. I gotta run.
Yeah, I've got to
Alright.
go.
We all became British at the end of the session here. Well, cheerio
Yep.
to all you then.
Right. Cheerio, mate.
Hello, mates.
Get you all next week.
Fucking see you later,
Yeah.
bruv. I don't know.
I'm
Alright.
sorry for any British people watching the stream.
It's seriously though.
Oh, girl, sorry.